after.
Well, I think we watched part 2 because this one is about the yellow Deli too, but it's a year ago, and that other one was 10 months ago.
No.
No?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Sorry.
Yes,
Uh,
no, no, yes, yes, no, no,
no.
yes.
Yes. Yes. No. No. Uh,
No, right? I
right.
wonder if we could get him into DAL.
Maybe. I I believe they had several. Uh, it's a bit difficult because I searched on Reckless Ben. I searched 12 tribes. Uh, and
Billy was the one that said there was a part 2, but I think that was the part 2, to be honest.
yeah, I think so too. Because I've seen them.
Mom.
I hear you have. I infiltrated the scariest cult in the world.
Yeah, go ahead and share it if you want to. I already
But
closed
that's
my.
number one. Then I overthrew a restaurant that was run by a cult. Uh,
So I
the
bet that
scariest.
first one is
But
all the video evidence he put together of them working there to prove that they were working there and were in fact part owners.
Yeah, because then they have the scariest cult got even scarier. That's also 12 tribes.
Is it?
Yep.
Well, let's watch something. Maybe.
But I think we start with I infiltrated. Wait, now I know. Now I know. Now I know. I think. Just some pause music.
Lovely.
Lovely. Absolutely lovely.
Where is your avatar? Your
Oh,
profile picture person?
when I'm on Restream, it doesn't show at all because
Oh. You need to
yes,
get. All right. Do something for me real quick. Download OBS. Can you?
uh, from where? How?
The internet.
OBS Studio.
Yes.
Down, select your operating system. Uh, get it from Microsoft. Download
Mm,
installer. Get it from.
yes. OBS is really easy. Like it's super simple. People overcomplicate it, but it's super easy.
OBS Studio. Laddar ner. Oh, come on. It has to be quicker than this. Oh, no. It's much
You haven't
slower
done
than
that.
usual because I have to
Oh,
go.
yes.
Yeah.
Billy sent me part 2.
Ah,
An 11,975,982 lawsuit. Whoa. Yeah, we're gonna have to watch that one too. But first, I want to help you out with this OBS stuff.
yes. Let's see. Oh, it takes a really long time.
What to download or install?
Yeah, because I have to since they shut down my internet, I have to use my phone as a
Oh,
uh,
gotcha.
yeah.
Gotcha.
It doesn't take gotcha. It's
If I had
now
any more
at
money, I'd pay for your internet bill, but
55.
I am broke.
Broke as
Yeah.
broke as us all.
Yeah, it happens. I have food though, so don't worry about that. I have food, power,
Mhm.
all that, roof over my head.
That's good.
Good.
I have food too because I didn't pay some other
Your internet
bills,
bill.
so I
Yeah.
could eat for a couple of months.
There you go.
Yeah,
You gotta love being on a
and
strict
I haven't.
limited income.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of had to because I mean, I've eaten everything in everything I had to the point where I only ate oatmeal.
I like oatmeal.
Only. Yeah, sure. It's nice if you have like milk and
I like eating it raw
uh,
though. I really do. I'm weird.
you do.
I eat
Yeah, that's
ramen raw
weird
too.
because I had it. That's not quite as weird.
Yeah, a lot of people eat ramen
But
raw.
just
It's like
just
a nice little crunchy treat.
mm-hmm. But having oatmeal for breakfast, lunch, dinner
Yeah, it gets old.
for a
Got to
couple
throw
of
in a can of
weeks.
tuna every now and then.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have if I had. If I had. So that's why I had to uh, I had to do something. I couldn't take it. I had to eat because it had gone on for months and months and
Mm.
months. So I prioritized getting some energy. Now we are at 70%.
Oh, cool.
Woo! Now it says done. Whee!
Yay.
The last 30 went really quick.
Very good.
Very good.
Let me know when you have OBS, the actual program, open.
Yes.
You got it open?
Nope. It's installing.
Ah, yeah, that shouldn't take too long.
No. There. Okay, it didn't. Okay. I would have thought it would like open when it was downloaded, or there we have it.
All right, Logan, can you let me share my screen so I can do a little demo? Gangster.
Oh, Gangster.
Gangster Ghost.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Let me share my screen real quick.
Okay.
All right. Do you see the OBS on your computer?
Yes.
All right. So let me teach you how to do the virtual cam, and you ought to be able to have your
Wait. Yeah. And it says, what should I use the program for? Optimize for streaming,
Just
recording secondary.
just do virtual cam. That should be an option.
I will only use the virtual cam. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Yes.
All right. So here's what you're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
Does your OBS look like my OBS? It's like open program now. It's not the preliminary setup.
Kind of.
Do you see a box that says sources?
Sources. Yes.
click the
I
little
don't know
plus
why it
button.
choose. Huh? The
Click
what?
the plus button. There's a plus
Uh,
button,
I don't know why it
and
had put it to Swedish, but yeah.
well, you are in Sweden, so
Yeah.
you probably downloaded it from a Swedish mirror,
Ah.
and it's probably Swedish. So anyway,
Yeah.
there's a plus button below sources.
Mm-hmm.
Select media source.
Ooh, do.
Oh wait, I'm
So this
sorry.
is
Don't select
no,
media source. Select
no,
image, unless you have like a media, like a video that you want to be your.
no
Okay, select image.
image.
All right, and hit OK. And then you're just gonna
Uh,
hit the browse button and
wait,
find. Oh,
wait.
I'm going too fast.
Yeah. Uh, it says create new
Yes.
or add. Okay.
So
Oh,
when you create the image source, you should be able to browse your files for whatever image you want to use.
yeah.
And then once you find the image you want, select OK. And then you're going to have to click under controls, which is on the far right side. And there's going to be a start virtual camera. And from there,
When I choose it, it says I have two boxes underneath it, image file, and then I can.
here, let's do this. Why don't you share your screen so I can see what you're looking at? I'll stop sharing mine because mine's already set up.
Uh,
Go back to
um,
Restream, click the middle
yeah,
share
I
screen
just
button.
have to fönster there.
And Logan, you can do this too if you want like a bigger avatar or use like
I
a video or a GIF for your virtual camera.
I have I. It's not showing.
Logan, you got to let her share her screen. Gangster Ghost. Gangsta Ghost, the host with the most. Please respond.
Oh, and I'm also sharing the wrong.
Well, in Restream, you're going to have to go into settings. Like if you've already selected start your virtual camera in OBS, you're going to have to go into the settings for
Are
Restream.
you talking? Are you talking to me?
Yes, I am. So, are you already? Did you already start your virtual camera? You've got a picture
No,
there in OBS. Okay,
nope.
I'm getting ahead of you.
Yes. Uh, so okay, I can. I'll start by uh, getting the picture because that I can do without help. Hopefully, if I find it. So I've chosen a
There
picture.
you go.
Oh, there.
You're sharing your screen now. Select
Yeah. So
OK.
here. Yeah, but it
You
says
don't need to. Yeah, you don't need to select any of those. Just hit OK.
okay.
All right, and then hit start virtual. Well, on your keyboard, hit the Control F. Control F. That'll make your there you go. Makes your image fill the screen. So go hit start virtual cam on the right side under Control. Start virtual cam. It's going to be down, down, down.
There,
There you
there.
go. All right. Click it.
And
Click it.
just click it.
There you go. And go back into Restream. Well, I can't see your Restream. You're still sharing OBS. Just you don't have to share OBS anymore. That's done. You don't have to touch it again.
Okay.
So go into Restream. Click Settings. Under Video Input, select OBS Virtual Camera.
Mm-hmm.
Mine have one of them.
Video input none.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you might have to leave and come back in the room. So do that real quick, and then you ought to be able to select your OBS virtual camera. You don't have to touch OBS anymore. It's doing its thing. Logan, are you there, bud? Gangsta Ghost. Gangsta Ghost. Gangster Ghost. Gangster Ghost. Come in, Gangster Ghost. Come in, Gangster Ghost. Where you at? I have to call you. Let me call the Gangsta Ghost real quick. If I can't get him back in the room. See, I can hear his phone. He must be away. Oh. All right, so I guess I'm the only one here right now. Yeah. Logan, Deviant, come back. I guess Logan has to let you back in. Wait, I heard something. Is he there? Gangster Ghost? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, there you are.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
There. Finally.
Cool.
Finally. Awesome. And as
So
you
now,
see, yep.
you should be able to go into the settings and change to the OBS virtual camera now. The video input.
Nope.
No? What? What in the world?
It still says video input none.
Well, select. Can you? How in the world?
Virtual background. No.
OBS camera. No, it's going to be under the video settings. It's going to be the very first thing.
Nope.
OBS virtual camera.
Nope.
What?
This one here.
I don't know why. That should work. If you have OBS running and you have your virtual cam going, it should. Restream should pick it up. Maybe try refreshing your Restream browser. That might kick you out. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I'll try it.
All right. Yep, kicked her out. Gangster, gangster, gangster ghost. Gangster, gangster, gangster ghost. You know what? Logan, come on, man. You start a show and then you leave me here all by myself. Oh,
Sorry
he's
about
back.
that.
I heard him. I heard him.
Can you hear
There he
me
is.
now?
I can hear you.
Whee!
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, nope, it doesn't work.
Why? What? That I don't understand. Can you try sharing your screen again? Maybe I can see and help you out.
Which screen? I have to share a specific.
Oh, well, just tell me. Does OBS, is it still running the virtual cam? Is virtual cam like highlighted in blue? And she's gone. Gangster, are you there? Gangster Ghost does whatever a gangster ghost does. Deviant was kicked out? What? I believe we are having some technological difficulties. Logan. Well? Hmm. There's a floater in the system. What? Just gonna hang out, I guess, and figure out what's going on. Maybe. I can hear you in the background there, Gangsta Ghost. What's going on, dude?
As soon as I came on, my power ran out. Been using my
Oh,
phone to talk to you.
sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Oh,
you
you
can
can.
be
Oh,
heard.
yes, awesome. I think we will have to figure out this OBS nonsense.
Oh, it's not nonsense. Your OBS is running right. Your restream is what the issue is, I believe. Can you share your restream window possibly?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh. So it says there's a floater in the system, of technology.
Well, there it is. I'll get to it. There it is.
Okay. So that's all right. Click your camera button, the one right there that's got the X over it. Click it. No, what does it
Unable
say?
to access
Unable.
the camera. Make sure
You've
it's
got to give. All right. I guarantee I know exactly what happened. The first time you ever opened Restream, it asked you if you would give it camera access, and you probably said no.
Nope, that's not what
No?
happened. Nope,
Oh
that's
my
not what
goodness.
happened.
Then why can't it access your camera?
I don't know.
That's weird. Go to settings.
You mean this
Yes.
settings?
Yeah, that settings.
Video?
Video input. Wait a second. It's doing something.
I also went into the settings for Windows to check, and it can't find any cameras.
That's weird. Can you click on video input? Does anything come up, or does
Nope.
just nothing comes up?
Nope. Nothing.
Oh wow,
Nothing.
you got too many tabs open. Look, that's I've got like
It,
6. 1,
it
2,
has
3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 7 tabs open, and it's giving me anxiety. I'm looking at all your tabs, and I'm just about to have a heart attack.
no.
How?
Uh,
All right,
I'll,
get.
I'll, I'll show you some. Enable camera.
Huh. But you have OBS open, right?
Yep.
And it's running the virtual cam, right?
Yep.
You probably are going to have to close out of the entire browser window, that or just open a new window and try it that way, because you got so many tabs open, your cache is probably like just dying.
No.
It's flooded.
Okay. Here. Let's see. If I stop sharing and I do da 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 da. I need permission to allow it to share. Logan.
Worst showboat
Gangster
ever.
Ghost.
I think he's dealing with some electricity issues.
Oh.
Okay,
Wee.
there you go. Now you're sharing something. You're sharing
Mhm.
your
My entire screen.
Oh, your entire screen. Cool. Go to OBS. Let me see your OBS.
So here is Google Chrome. I only
Alright.
have a few windows open.
A few windows with multiples of thousands of tabs within each window. Your RAM is just like almost full.
Yeah, man.
Come on.
Bah.
That might have something to do with it. Your CPU is doing fine though.
Of
What
course.
does that say? 16%? What do you have as far as a CPU?
It's, oh my goodness.
i5 10400F. That's a decent. That's decent. I got the 12600K.
Yeah.
i5. I like the i5s. They're a good middle ground as far as CPUs go. So yeah, I think your issue is definitely your memory, because you are at 7.8 of 8.
Yeah.
You don't have much overhead there. And let's see, you're running at 2666
I'm only at
megahertz.
85%.
Only at 85%. Only.
Only.
Well, maybe close out of OBS and try and open it up again. Yes. It's just saying your virtual cam is still open. Missing Mod wants to see what's in your tabs. Be careful what you wish for. All right.
So I've chosen the
virtual cam, yeah. And Restream should be able to recognize that as a camera source. If it doesn't, I don't know what's going on.
Egenskaper. Nope. Utåt. Jaha.
Go back to Restream and see if it pulls it up now. See if it'll recognize your camera. Go to settings again. See if it'll pull something up.
Nope.
No. What on
Nope.
earth? That is just, I don't know. I think it's a permission thing. I really do, because Restream is going to need permission to use your camera, and I think that's why it's got your camera X'd out. Yeah, camera.
No, the
camera.
reason it's X'd out is because I don't have a camera.
But you have the virtual camera.
And now I do. Now
Yeah.
I do. Microphone. Camera. So if I do like this.
Missing Mod knows how to do this stuff too. Like, am I missing something, Missing Mod? Like, this is how it works, right?
Why can't I I want to add Restream specifically as
Yes.
but how? It just says no websites has been added.
Well, it says when you first try and launch Restream Studio, Google Chrome should prompt you and ask if you want to grant Restream access to your webcam and microphone. For Studio to work, you need to click Allow Mic/Cam Access and then Allow on the Chrome pop-up.
And I did.
Okay.
So now I want to add it manually.
Right. I'm looking. Virtual cam, not a camera. Okay, so you have to connect OBS Studio to Restream. It says select restream.io from the service drop-down menu. Click the Use Stream Key button. What is that?
Where?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I was just reading. I don't know what that actually means. Restream should recognize a camera if it has permission to access your camera. And that's where I'm kind of getting hung up. Okay, Missing Mod says if you just choose another photo while on Restream, it should fix it. Why don't you come on here, Missing Mod, and help us out? There should be a way to manually add.
Sorry about that.
Hey,
I
big
was busy doing
bad mama.
stuff. Be right
You're
back.
good, Logan. Hello, big bad mama.
Oof.
She's using Chrome. It's Chrome, just like the rest of us.
Mm.
Let's see if I can figure.
Tillåt.
I hear something.
Yeah, what?
Big Bad Mama's playing music. I love it.
Ooh. So. Now let's see.
I think it's a Chrome issue, not a Restream issue.
Yeah, but I just added because it said it um, I'm gonna pop out and then I'm gonna pop back in.
Okay. I'll be back in a second too.
Sorry about that.
Oh
Sorry
no,
about that.
don't apologize. That was beautiful. I loved it.
Sorry about
Were
that.
you playing both the guitar and the harmonica at the same
I
time?
was.
Wow. I can't even chew gum and walk. How do you do that?
Yes, you can.
No, seriously, I cannot multitask. My brain just crashes whenever I try to multitask. Like I can play the
Okay,
guitar and I can sing,
sorry.
but I can't do both at the same time. It just doesn't work.
It takes a little practice. That's all.
No, see, I've got a unique brain. Like I've got things. I have a sensory perception disorder, so like I get overly stimulated by certain sensory inputs, like too much noise, too much light, too much feelings, and also I have aphantasia. So my brain is a little weird. It works
Fantasia?
different. Aphantasia. I don't see images in my mind.
Yeah, sorry about that. I
So,
just
yeah,
had a little problem. I'm back on.
I have tried so hard to be able to play an instrument and sing. I can't. It's like trying to walk through a brick wall.
Well, first you have to play the instrument and get that down.
I've been playing guitar since I was like 12 years old.
Okay.
I'm not very good at it and I don't read music, but I can play by ear for the most part. And I actually have a decent singing voice, but I cannot bring the two together. It's not doable.
And you've tried for like a period of time to practice that?
Many different times throughout my life I've tried to get to where I can play and sing at the same time. I can't.
Well, I mean, as long as
It's
you
my
can
brain.
do one, it doesn't matter. I mean,
yeah. It's my brain. It's just the way my brain works. And it's not like I'm disadvantaged or anything because of that. It's just the way it is.
no, if you play the guitar, that's great.
I don't even own a guitar right
and
now.
singing. I mean, singing is an instrument itself.
Sure.
Oh, you don't own a guitar?
I
Okay.
It's been about a year since I've
We might
had
have
one.
to. We might have to fix that problem.
No, I really do enjoy playing, but
You know how many guitars I have that I don't use?
how many?
Well, I'll probably give you an acoustic guitar.
That's what I learned. I learned on a 1952 Gibson acoustic.
Nice. Well, I have a couple old Taylors, and
Okay.
you know, there's like a little bit of a tiny buzz on one, but it's not. It wouldn't bother you, I don't think.
Yeah, and I could probably
The only reason
fix
it bothered
too.
me is because I had to play live, and I didn't want
yeah.
that coming through an amplifier.
I hear you.
But yeah, it's just a matter how to get it to you. But we'll talk about.
Well,
that
you're gonna
later.
come visit one day anyway.
That's true. That's a good point. I could just fly
Yeah.
with it. Yeah,
It's no rush. No
that's
rush.
a good point.
And then we're gonna go see Aiden, and we're gonna go kidnap Gangster Ghost, and then we're gonna fly over to Sweden, pick up Soot Kettle,
Yes.
Mr. Logo, and we're going to Deviant's house. We're just gonna have a big party,
Party at
Yay.
Deviant's house.
right?
And then
On the
are you
9th
Yay.
floor.
Dinosaur Adventureland?
No,
Oh,
not this trip.
I don't know. If I was gonna pick somebody up from DAL, it would be Laszlo.
Oh, okay. I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay. So Laszlo's a character, and he and I were pretty good buddies. He's like the mechanic down there now. Kelly is his wife. She's the one.
Okay.
Actually, I don't even know if they're still there, to be honest, because I haven't heard any mention of Kelly or Laszlo recently.
I looked on the
But-
website and I saw Kelly's name as under hospitality.
Yeah, that would make sense. So she would be like keeping the sheets clean in the guest cabins and all that.
Right, isn't that what Julie was doing for a while?
Yes. All right. Well, I'm gonna step
Laszlo.
aside for a second. I gotta eat something. And
What?
I'll be
What?
back. I'm not even
Okay.
gonna leave. I'm just gonna mute my mic and go take care of some business.
okay.
Can you hear me?
how are you,
Yes,
Big Big
there.
Mom?
Now I can see it.
I'm good.
That's good. How
Can
are
you hear me
all-
pretty well?
Yeah. How are you,
Mhm.
Miss Egyptian? Miss. Okay.
I'm good. I'm a bit confused by this whole camera issue. I have now made sure everything and everyone has access to camera, and nothing's working, but I'm not very surprised.
Is this to give you an avatar or?
Yeah. And as usual, I just want to let it go. But
There is
my
a
brain
certain
is still
appeal to just the black square.
right. I think so too. It mirrors my dark soul.
I was just leading you into that with my statement. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
Awesome.
Logan, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
What have you been up to? I saw your video. I saw your video about Claude's dungeon. That was funny.
Yeah.
Oh, did you make a video of his dungeon?
Yeah.
Show it. Show it.
Yeah.
Show it to us.
Did my guitar come through? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And well,
Paul Claude in the dungeon.
Hearing the music though. Like,
But at least he got a little Kent here keeping him company.
Can you put the right? Can you put the music on?
Would that be allowed or copy strike?
Oh, I don't know. Good point. This is a good video, though. Look at Cat.
It's 50 legs.
Look, there's like a little kid.
There's a lot in the background looking at him.
She's peering into the cage. Boy, that's look at he's buff there. The missing mod's in there too. It's a classic.
That's funny.
Thank you, Logan. That's a good
You're
one.
welcome. But you know what's awesome? Wesly was on the other day. Is that
Yeah.
crazy?
I think I came on and talked about it earlier, but I'm not sure. All these
Yeah,
things
we
kind
did.
of blend. All these things kind of blend together.
It was crazy.
Yeah, it
it's
was.
crazy. Wesly,
I would like to ask him some questions sometime if you would like to do that.
yeah, he comes on next time. Let's see. Yeah, he was on. Dane was on.
Right. I mean, that's exactly the wrong type of conversation to have with him, but they didn't know that.
Yeah. Brother Pike only met him once. It was on Father Charles' show. He did it where he talked to him. But I guess he was mad at Brother Pike. He was saying mean stuff to him, so Father Charles kicked him.
He usually gets frustrated and mad at the end of whatever stream he's on.
Crazy.
What is Missing Mod saying here? Oh my god.
I think she's commenting on the
video
dungeon. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. I thought she was talking about like in the past.
Oh no.
My they look pretty good in the past. Get your hands in these cuffs now, Claude.
Would
Or Claude.
Stephen Len be there?
Oh God, he's creepy.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's. Oh no, it's Darth.
What's Darth?
Darth wants to hear about the. I don't even know what I can say on these streams anymore and what I can't say.
You can say anything.
I can say boobs.
Of course.
He say Miss Mod?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, as long I'm thinking if Logan's okay with it, then it's okay.
That's it. Yeah, you're right. And I don't think, Logan, you don't ever swear yourself, but it doesn't shock you when somebody else kind of accidentally slips a curse word in or something, right?
Right.
If he was hot like that short, I'm putting the cuffs on. That's all I know. Oh my gosh.
Missing Mod is no, you're not a cuss word yet.
Well, that's your opinion.
You will have to work on it a bit more first. No, you're not the overlord.
You wish.
Mm-hmm. I'm the underlord.
Well, how many views do you have now on your channel? 25,000?
I don't know. I know I have 78 subscribers.
Oh, that's good. That's really good.
Oh, views is 24-080- views.
Nice.
What is that? 25,000?
24,000 something.
Oh. Oh.
That's good. Did you think like a year ago that you would have a channel with a lot of videos and have your own show?
No. Oh, could I show
You can
what's
show
his name?
anything you want, Logan.
I want to show like what's his name? Claude's video he just put on.
Okay.
There, underneath, right where Christ was crucified.
Yeah.
And there, underneath, right where Christ was crucified, about 25 or 30 feet below, is a cave, and there's the Ark of the Covenant.
So this is the most beautiful part. On top of the Ark of the Covenant, which is Christ's
Oh,
throne
no.
on earth, right?
Right.
There is the sticky leftover residue of the blood of Christ to this day that has come down through the crack and landed on top of the mercy seat.
So when he crucified, his blood ran down. The Bible says there was an earthquake and the rocks rent. That means they ripped. So his blood ran down through the crack and dripped right on the mercy seat. All that time, the angels were looking at. They're looking for one thing. And once a year, the high priest would go in, sprinkle blood on the mercy seat. Inside, under the mercy seat, was the 10 Commandments and the Aaron's rod that budded and a little bowl of manna. And I got little models of it in here. Okay.
And Ron was actually blessed with the ability to touch the 10 Commandments. He held one in his hand.
Well, he told me, he said he fainted when he saw what was in there and realized, oh no. He said, only the high priest can touch this. But then he said, wait a minute, I'm a born again Christian. I'm blood bought. So he actually opened the lid and saw, and he turned it over to the Jewish government. I don't think they've touched it yet. They're afraid to touch it.
Yeah, no, they sent a team in there on one of Ron's visits back, and 6 men who had gone in there to try to remove it had died. And the government was so scared they wouldn't even go in there to retrieve the bodies. So they asked Ron Wyatt to go in there, and he pulled the bodies out one at a time so they could bury them.
Hur kan man vara så jävla förmörkad i skallen?
So the Israeli government now has the Ark of the Covenant, but Ron Wyatt found the exact spot. This is just the biggest, and the Israeli government has no evidence of permits that have ever been given to Ron Wyatt for an archaeological dig.
Nope. They actually quite dislike him, as do most archaeological institutions. Yeah. And
pseudo-archaeology is what it is.
Would you like to debate MM over this?
I think we did already.
Oh, what about the?
And then she didn't talk to me for a couple days afterwards.
Oh. What about the shape of the Earth?
Maybe.
Oh,
maybe.
What about the shape of?
Not like soon.
Well, what is Ron Wyatt's best evidence? I mean, that's Kent's favorite declaration on questionable claims. What's your best evidence?
His best evidence is no evidence. He has none.
The only evidence he has is his own book that he wrote on the
subject. His books and videos.
Right. And
that's his evidence.
Kent is, with some of his proclamations. Well, I think he took a lot of his stuff from Henry Morris, but Ron Wyatt just has no evidence whatsoever. I mean, we don't have the chariot wheels or the skeletons from the bottom of the Red Sea or those 2 pillars that they found that Solomon had put these inscriptions on. We know the Noah's Ark site is a rock formation. It's been mapped. It's a plunging syncline. I'm missing one. So I just don't believe any of it.
Yeah,
I could keep going on
incredible.
too. I mean, I'm just scratching the surface. Believe me, I could talk about it for another hour.
if he had actually made any of the finds that he claims,
Where's the peer review?
the whole exactly the
True.
whole archaeological community would be head over heels.
Right. That's why I
Would
say,
be
where's
the
the peer review?
biggest
Because
news.
I mean, if this was a legitimate discovery, it would be big news. Everybody would be all over it, trying to either
Yeah.
prove or disprove it, and none of that ever happened.
Nope.
Well, and from an atheist perspective, there's a couple levels that are going on here. First of all, was Moses a myth and a parable, the story of the Exodus? Well, Ron Wyatt is saying, no, it's literal history. And here I have the proof. I found the physical history of it. So not only is there my doubt that the story itself was a literal story, but that there was actually artifacts found on top of that.
Well, Missing Mod says that the shit is literally over there, guys. So, I mean, we just need to drop our position and our skepticism and take her word for it.
Okay. Well, that's
Look, Missing
convinced
Mod,
me.
if it's there and it's demonstrable, please show us. I'm not going to Israel. I'm not. There's a war going on over there. I've been to war. I've been to war in the Middle East. It's not fun. I don't want to go over there. So this evidence that you have, please share.
The shit is over there, though, Mark.
Oh, it's over there. Sorry for the language, Logan, but I was quoting. So
We
you
were
can't hold that
quoting.
against me.
You go over there with your bare hands and wipe them out. I beat them out.
Missing Mod. Hello, Earth to delusional.
That's not an argument.
It's funny though.
It is. It's cute.
This is what I found out. There's these people who talk to what's his name? Doctor
Pike.
about it. Here's
I'll be
two
right
sides.
back.
Delusional is from mental illness, and illusional is from like someone has a belief it's not real, or is not mentally ill.
Okay.
Like the flat earth, or like people who deny germs cause disease. That's an illusion.
An illusion.
Yeah, illusional.
As opposed to a delusion. Okay.
Because delusions are from mental illness. I heard.
Okay.
What do you think?
That's
What?
interesting. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I mean, I would almost think illusional is something that's in the objective world that's outside of your mind, and a delusion, it's something that you believe is real that you see on the outside of your mind, and a delusion is just wholly a concept in your mind that's locked in your mind. But
Perception of something objectively existing in such a way as to cause misinterpretation of its actual nature, or
I think I'm pretty
hallucination,
close to that.
or a pattern capable of reversible a pattern capable of reversible perspective. Yeah,
Oh,
it was
okay.
me. I
Interesting.
couldn't read. The state or fact of being intellectually deceived or misled, misapprehension. An
Yeah,
instance of
Logan, you did
such.
mention this earlier.
Oh, is that
Mhm.
what I say true? Because I heard that.
It kind of makes sense. So deviant, the first part where you said objective, is that referring to an illusion then?
Yeah, illusion.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause-
It also there are two more definitions, which are a misleading image presented to the vision, like optical illusion,
Yeah.
and something that deceives or misleads intellectually.
Yeah, that's why I remember hearing there's these people who were criticizing Richard Dawkins over his book before. They say he changed it to illusion or something. That's what I heard.
Oh, you mean the God?
Yeah.
Oh, they're
That's
saying it should be the God illusion and not the God delusion.
That's what they said to Richard Dawkins. before. That's why I heard. Have you ever heard that?
No.
What
I mean,
about
I know what an illusion, I know what an illusion refers to, but I don't know why Dawkins' book should be titled Illusion.
that? What they a lot
I,
of people like doctors, I guess, who criticize him, saying
yeah,
that.
I think it has to. I, I can see
Because it could
it
be both.
if you mean like the God illusion, that would be something that's put into people's mind with the intent to mislead. So something that comes from the outside, while a delusion comes from inside the head of the person.
Oh,
So I can see why.
you ever heard of this guy Jesse Morel? I'd like to see what Mark think of his video because he was on there talking why he's an open theist.
Mm.
I
What
don't
does
agree
that
with
mean?
open theism. It means the future is not determined by God. It takes God's power away, his sovereignty, and puts it into man's hand. And of course, we're talking about a theological perspective.
Yeah. That what Jesse Morel was on there. I don't think he's as open as that Bob guy is, but he's. I think he says that he believes that God can tell the future, but we're still free will. He said. I don't know. What do you think, Mark?
Well, I believe what Isaiah said, and that God declared the end from the beginning. And since he declared it, I don't see any sense in worshiping a God that declares things that change and can't be fulfilled. It's a pretty weak God to me. I think that, if God says he declared the end from the beginning, that is what it is. I don't think you can really even read into that. But yes, I do. I acknowledge that we also have agency and free will. But ultimately, that deterministic will of God is going to supersede anything that we choose to do in this life. So, like, if I'm predestined to be a Christian, that's God's decision, not mine. And try as I may, I'm not going to be able to thwart that. And trust me, I have. I've gone through many spells in my life where I'm like, what is this Christianity stuff? Do I really believe it? And ultimately, my inquiries have always led me to, yeah, this is the most rational, logical. Since, well, it's not always logical because there's conflicts and whatnot with science and everything, but I think they can be reconciled with more understanding. I'm not perfect. I don't know everything, but
Are you sure?
I certainly believe that
What?
God has
No.
determined. I certainly believe that God has determined the past, present, and future, and we can interact with that, but we can't change it, if that makes sense.
But you're Mark.
So that
And
would
I
be
got my bare
that would
hands.
be Calvinism then, right,
Yes, I'm a
Mark?
Calvinist.
Oh. Are you sure you're not a Lucanist?
Lupinist?
Positive.
Jesse Morelness?
I actually kind of, is it fatalism that, let me look up. Not fatalism.
You want me to show you his video?
Yeah, it is kind of like fatalism. The secular version of Calvinism is fatalism. So yeah, I believe that things are destined, and we can't really change the ultimate outcome. But I also believe that we have agency to act within that determined outcome on our own fruition.
So God already knows if when you're born that you're going to heaven or hell?
Well, God, not only that, He decided before you were born, from the foundation of the world. It says in Scripture, and if we look at what Paul says in Romans chapter 9, he gives the reason for that because, God is a God of mercy. I think we understand that from Scripture pretty clearly. But he's also a God of justice. And, what is justice? What is mercy without transgression? What is justice unless there is an object by which to demonstrate that justice? So, yeah, I believe that God's characteristics are ultimate and supreme. So with that, like, we have to say God loves his justice just as much as his mercy. So
What about,
yeah, he has created vessels for destruction. That's what the Bible says. And I
There's
know that's
nothing that
offensive
you
to
can
people,
do
but
in your life to change that destiny. Then
I believe that God has chosen people to be vessels of mercy. He has chosen people to be vessels of destruction. That is what the Bible says. But that's not to say that, I'm better or you're better or anybody's better or worse. It's just a matter of God exercising. Well, justice is one thing. You break the law, there's a consequence, and that's justice. But mercy is another. You break the law, you're forgiven. So these seem to be in contradiction, but they're really not, because mercy it is able to cancel out the justice, but it doesn't mean that justice doesn't exist.
But
There's
how
what
do you
injustice.
Oh yeah, go ahead,
There's
Deviant.
Yes, please.
how do you then know? I mean,
How do I know?
no, I mean, i- let's say someone goes to church, belongs to the right denomination, does everything to the letter of the book, but God has already chosen them for destruction. And then someone who spends their life spitting people in the face and doing other things that I shouldn't put words to here, nasty stuff.
Sure.
They are
Well,
chosen to then why 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 be why follow any of the rules? Why do you see where what I'm
yeah.
trying so eloquently to?
No, I hear you. I really do. And this is a really it's an important topic when you're looking at it from a biblical perspective, because it is very offensive to people and to our sensibilities that God would just pick and choose. But that's exactly what he said he did. We read in Ephesians chapter 2, it says, verse 8, for by grace are ye saved through faith, and that not of yourself. So yeah, go to church, do your whole thing, your whole life, everything perfect. You're presenting your works to God. No matter what we do, our works are like filthy rags. That's what Scripture describes our works as. But through grace, by grace, you're saved through faith, which faith is a gift from God. It's not something that we can create on our own. And he goes on to explain in that, not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. For we are his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus unto good works, with God, which God hath before ordained that we should walk in them. So, yeah, it's not our works that determine our salvation or our faith. It's the exact opposite. It's the grace and the faith that God has given us that puts us in those good works. So, say you do go to church and you're tithing or whatever, doing the whole church thing, the whole religion thing. You know, it's not so much what you're doing that is the cause, but it's the result of the grace, I guess, would be the best way I can explain it.
But yeah,
How many
but
people
that's
are going to
already
make it?
been given or not
Not a clue.
given when before you were born.
Mm-hmm.
So that means I could be even though I'm an atheist, I could end up in heaven, while you, who have a very strong faith and spent a great part of your life diving into these issues and living your best Christian life, is then condemned to a fiery pit of hell for eternity.
Well, I can tell you exactly what Scripture says about the elect. It does say that the elect are predestined unto the adoption
Yeah.
by Christ Jesus Himself. And why? Because of it's His will. It's according to His will, the good pleasure of His will. None of us deserve grace. None of us deserve. And this, again, this is presupposing everything the Bible says is true. For all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. The wages of sin is death. None of us deserve mercy. We all deserve eternal damnation and hell. So, if I died and God sent me to hell, He would be just in doing so, because I deserve that.
Yeah,
I've
but
sinned against
even
the
if you are
perfect.
2 years old, if it's already decided,
No, I don't really
then
get into the age of accountability debate, because I think it's a pointless debate. But
just trying to understand the
you're
It
roboting
sounds
really
it
bad.
sounds like you don't
oh,
know
sorry.
who's chosen or not, and it doesn't really depend on somebody being religious or not. God could have chosen an atheist as one of the how did you describe it? Mercy bearers.
Uh, that's in Romans 9. Let me pull it up real quick, and I'll just read it.
Oh, here's Wesley in the chat. Hi, Aiden. Good to see you.
The green Volvo in Chicago
Aiden.
will show that the vision will be told. All right. I am here to inform all of you about the truth.
Aiden,
Yes, hello.
hello.
Shut up, Aiden.
No, I think I'm okay. I think I'm perfectly fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Aiden, how are you doing?
Good to hear you, bud.
I'm good, thank you. So I think I started listening in at a pretty interesting point. I think it's pretty fair to say that we've had lots of talks from the Christian perspective, Mark. So I would ask that you grant me that we kind of take things the other way around and you try to look at things from the secular perspective for a moment. And if that's all right with you, of course, that we take things from that point.
Well, the Christian perspective is all I have. So if I put that aside, I've completely disarmed myself.
No, I'm not saying that you have
then
to.
all I
I'm not
have
saying
is
that
the
you as a
secular.
person have to step outside of those things. I'm asking you to put yourself in the shoes of somebody who does.
Right, and I can do that because I've been there. All of this is extremely offensive to my sensibilities. But I'm not God. I don't get to make these determinations. I mean, when in Romans 9 it says, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and compassion on whom I will have compassion. I mean, that's God's decision. It's not mine. But if we go into Ephesians, chapter 2, it says that they're predestined unto good works. So like if you're in the faith and these works, and the will of God is for us to believe, that's the work. That's the only work we can do, is to believe, because all other works are as filthy rags. But
Well,
that's given to
that's the part
us.
that I wanted to touch upon, because to me, when I hear that the entirety of the works of humanity are likened unto that of filthy rags, I can't but help but be appalled at that notion, because, well,
Sure.
yeah, I
I
could
agree with you.
certainly agree with you that there has been a preponderance of times in human history that we have done horrible things to our fellow man. We wouldn't be where we are right now, Mark. Plain and simple, as far as our level of development, as far as our level of complexity, as far as the rate of crime that we have being what it is right now, compared to what it was at basically any other point in human history, the amount of people that we've freed from bondage, the amount of people we've cured from disease, the amount of people that we've lifted out of poverty. You simply don't find a story of a species that only does bad. So the essence of that just rings false.
Well, that's a
When
straw man. I
likened
never
unto
said
that
we
of
only do
reality.
bad.
Well,
I've
no,
never said we
but
only
the
do bad.
works of all of humanity are likened unto that of filthy rags.
Right, and compared to perfect holiness and righteousness, yes, because we are corrupt. That's our nature. We're fallen from grace. So what we do, even though on the outside they may appear as good works, there are motivations behind that are not perfectly righteous.
But we're only fallen in some of our actions.
No, I'm not saying that. We're fallen in everything, but
if we were fallen in everything, then how could we have any of these good things? How could we do anything that is good and righteous? And how could we bring about any sort of relief of that suffering if we were just truly in this state where every single thing that we did was inherently through the lens of a fallen entity that has had those sorts of things, that goodness taken away, and has to have it regained through this very specific set of circumstances? That's not what I observe when I look at humanity.
Well, here's the thing. Christians often, and I'm not saying all Christians, but they look at this works thing as like a quid pro quo, like a this for that. It's not that. We don't do good work so that we get blessings or that we get gifts or whatever it is that we search for. We do works because we were predestined unto these works. This is what God designed us for. It's what we do. It's like
so even if there was no
nature.
heaven, there was no paradise for you to have any sort of reward for anything that you would do, you would still do it anyway.
Sure. Because I would still have selfish motivations.
What's the point of the paradise then?
What's the point of the paradise? It's no death, no sorrow, no pain, no remembrance of sinful things, former things. It's basically nirvana and bliss.
Right, but you can't deny that that's not a motivating factor in your actions.
Yes, and that's why it's not acceptable to God, because it's motivating for us to get gain for us, but God doesn't share his glory. Like if I do a good work and I say I give somebody $50, like, hey, you're hungry, here's $50.
Right.
Enjoy that. The second I say, oh, look at me, look what I just did, I helped this guy out. Like you see all these YouTube channels or these TikTokers that go out and it's like they're filming themselves giving people wads of cash.
Right, but there's a fundamental
motivation.
difference, though. There's a fundamental difference between you looking at that situation, looking back upon it, and patting yourself on the back and going, you know what, that was a good thing that I did.
Well,
there.
the Bible
I'm
says
really
don't let your
happy
right
about
hand know what your
myself.
left hand is doing.
Right, but there's a difference, though, you would agree, though, Mark, is the point that I'm making, between somebody doing that and somebody going out and publicizing that for everybody to go and see. So,
right, and I would say that the person doing it in private and secrecy is much more purely motivated than the person who's posting it all over social media.
Right, and yet the person that does it in private can't even amongst themselves, apparently, congratulate themselves for such an action.
No, you shouldn't, because it's not you, because it's God who prepared them unto these good works.
No, but you're
That's
the
what
one
the Bible
that made that
says.
decision.
That is what the Bible says.
You're the one that made that decision. You, as an independent, free-thinking person with an ability to be able to rationalize and reason within situations, decided in that moment that you were going to do that due to a huge confluence of circumstances, where, sure, in your particular set of circumstances, God is undoubtedly one of them because of your beliefs. But I refuse to believe that that's the only one out of everything that guides and governs your every single decision that you make. And I understand. I'm not saying this to be insulting. I'm really not. I'm not trying to look. I'm not trying to look down upon you when I say that. I see in every single person's motivation things that are, sure, there are intrinsic values like Christianity that will guide and govern a portion of somebody's decision making, but I've never seen it, and I know that this is partially explained by your religion, but I don't feel like it's fully explained. I don't feel like anybody that I've ever met has really ever actually embodied that. There's always going to be other motivations outside of that.
I agree with that 100%. That's why in Ephesians, Paul writes, "Is by grace you're saved, not through faith, and not that of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast." I can do all the good works in the world, But if I start boasting about that and saying, this is why I'm getting into heaven, this is why I'm more righteous than you, that self-righteous attitude, that holier than thou, I'm full of it, because those are self-aggrandizing motivations. They're not geared towards godliness. And Paul goes on to write, he says, we are his workmanship. So this work that we do is his work. We're his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus unto good works, which God hath before ordained that we should walk in them.
No, I understand. I understand that perspective, and I'm more than happy to talk about it from that perspective at another point in our conversation, because obviously it's your point of view. But as far as I'm concerned, obviously there's the example that you gave of the person that posts about it all over the place on YouTube, and yes, obviously there's a selfish motivation to that, but in the same way that I think every single person's decision has a huge amount of factors that influence how and when and why we make those sorts of decisions, there's also a huge amount of consequences for those sorts of actions. So just because there is a selfish angle to that doesn't mean that other people who saw that video weren't motivated themselves to maybe give a little bit to somebody that day or that week or that month. Yeah. So I am of the opinion that no, I think that people are perfectly capable of redemption as a term upon themselves, and of making something that is good and that is right of themselves, of their own choices and of their own fruition. And I think that if somebody makes those choices without the idea that there is anybody watching over them, without the idea that there's going to be any actual ethereal consequence for those sorts of actions, is the purest incarnation of those sorts of motives that I could possibly imagine.
Well, that's why the works are so irrelevant, because we are flawed. We are going to do things for selfish motivations, but God in his mercy has chosen to honor some of these works and some not. I mean, just like with Cain and Abel, God honored Abel's sacrifice. He did not honor Cain's, and that made Cain jealous.
Right.
It wasn't about Cain and Abel's work. It really wasn't. It was about what God would accept. And the sacrifice that God accepted in that situation was Abel's sacrifice and not Cain's. Why? Because he's the boss. He's in charge. And Romans 9, it says, hath not the potter power over the clay of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor? What if God, willing to show his wrath and to make his power known, endured with much long suffering the vessels of wrath fitted to destruction?
But the only potter that truly has that ability, according to your scripture, isn't man, it's God.
Right.
Man doesn't have the ability to make anything of anything. God is the only one that's able to make things unto that. And
this is more of a meta description. We are the work. We're not the works we perform in this in Romans, because the clay is humanity, right?
I know. I know the metaphor that's being described in the Bible, but we have actual potters though as well, though. Truly, I mean, like that's obvious with the fact that that metaphor exists. And the point that I'm making with pointing that out is the fact that all of humanity has done so much. I'm not any one particular culture. It's been a confluence of every single culture and every single society that's existed throughout human history that's contributed to the state that we're in right now. They have done, I would say and argue, based on the fact that we are where we are right now, more good than they have bad in a sort of metaphysical sense than what we're talking about. Otherwise, we could not be in the position that we are in right now, and I cannot help but, when looking at that trend, think that we are more likely than not heading towards a world where that is only going to be more and more the case.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you 100%, and I believe that the Bible actually predicts that things are going to get better. I mean,
it's humanity maturing as a species, essentially, as far as I'm concerned. When you really look at the totality of human history compared to that, even just of our planet, we're a tiny blip, and we've had such a small amount of time to be able to actually get ourselves oriented to the world and universe around us. And yet, even within that tiny window of time, we've done so much.
Yeah.
And I think that is only going to it's only going to get better. as a whole.
I agree.
I mean, I guess only going to get better is not necessarily an honest. I think it's going to trend towards getting better. I think there's going to be plenty of bumps and bruises along the way, just like there have been at any other point in human history. But
Yeah.
I think there's a very good possibility that humanity's worst days are behind them. And that is such an incredibly endearing thing to me to think about, that maybe, just maybe, the worst of what we've done to each other might be something that we look back upon and we go, wow, that really was something that we don't ever want to do again.
Yeah, like World War II, World War I, all these things. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Except
like
we have the destruction of the environment to worry about at this point,
We're working
which
on
is
that.
going to be huge.
We're working on
affect mankind in a huge way. It already is.
Oh, I agree. I agree 100%, Big Bad Mama. But I think that the environment as an enemy is something that humanity could take on in a more realistic sense than humanity if it was fully unleashed upon itself. Because with that
That's
comes
true.
the total toppling of the environment as a byproduct.
Well,
yes, I agree with that. But
just the
there's still
fact
enough.
that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Big Bad Mama.
Well, I was just going to say there's still in the world that the environment isn't getting the attention that it needs, and it's continuing to degrade at a pretty fast pace. So, I mean, there's going to come a time when it's going to affect mankind, whether we're hip to it or not.
No, I agree with that. I think that everybody that's in this room right now is fortunate in the fact that, environmentally speaking, unless we did truly drastic things right now, they're going to be living in a world which is harder to live in environmentally than the world that we're living in right now. That's basically a provable fact, and it's very unfortunate. But I think there is a better chance of us finding a solution to that, given the fact that we are, as a whole, trending towards a more peaceable accordance and existence with one another. Yeah. Now, that's, like you pointed out, Big Bad Mama, and you're absolutely right. Like, there's plenty of conflict going on in the world right now, but we're not seeing conflict anywhere near the scale that we have at other points in our history very recently. So I think that, while it certainly does bear mentioning, and while it is, of course, something to be concerned about, I think the prognosis that we're looking at is overall better right now than it otherwise would have been.
I think the fact that we're even having a conversation about the environment is indicative of our progress. Because 50 years ago, nobody was talking about this. And here we are, lay people, having conversations about how we need to check our attitudes and our towards the environment to make it, better. Like this was unheard of 50 years ago.
60 years ago. I mean, 50 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say, like, in the early 60s, it wasn't talked about, but in the 60s, the environment was definitely talked about.
Right. So 50 years ago, 60 years ago, that general ballpark, this is a relatively new discussion in the grand scheme of history. Humans, by and large, have not even acknowledged that we have an impact on our environment until recently.
I would like to point out that while we are on a general whole, conditions for humans are getting better and better. We cannot overlook the fact that nothing is eternal. Nothing lasts forever, and that goes for nations, that goes for ideologies, for religions, for species, for planets, for the universe. So at one point, in a probably very distant but still future, there will be a a downfall of that uptrending curve.
I don't think
What
there
I'm
will be. I
saying
I think we're
is,
going to
smile
continue.
now because it will be tears tomorrow.
I think we're going to continue in this trend of positivity, and I believe that's what the Bible predicts. We read in Isaiah chapter 9, speaking of Christ coming to the world, it says, "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom, to order it, to establish it with justice and judgment, from henceforth even forever, and the zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this." So I see that as, let's talk in like scientific terms here. I see that as a novel testable prediction. I see this as written back in, when was Isaiah written? The 6th century BC, somewhere around there. And he's predicting what we see today, that there will be more justice, judgment, and peace. Like this is something we can actually quantify and look at throughout history. The wars we have today are nothing like the wars of 100 years ago. Goodness, there would be single battles with multiples of millions of people dying, and you just don't see that in warfare today. It's much more precise. It's less
Sure,
it's less
but
collateral damage and civilian death. So, like, yeah, there, in that regard, warfare has improved. I mean, it still sucks. It's horrible, but is that not the
let's not.
one thing
I
that
feel
has
like
been
you'd
the
have the
biggest
best
evil
authority to
on
be
Earth?
able to say about modern warfare on this panel. I think
It really sucks.
Let's not. Yeah, but let's
But
not
I mean,
forget
looking
that
back, and
many of the nations that were around when Isaiah was written aren't anymore.
well, I guarantee you, when the people that heard Isaiah speak these words, that things are going to get better, they didn't believe it. They're like, "What are you talking about? This world sucks. We get our heads
And
chopped
for
off just for
many,
having an
and for
opinion."
many it didn't.
Yeah.
And for many it didn't.
But that's why this is a novel testable prediction coming from Isaiah, because this is a future prophecy for him, because Jesus had not been born yet. He had not come into the world yet, but he did. And I would argue that ever since that time in history, which is a pivotal point in history, whether you call it BC, AD, BCE, whatever, that's a pivotal point.
Would you say things have done nothing but improve, though, since the 6th century BC to now? Because I wouldn't say that it's
No,
been on a
I would
straight
agree
edge
with
curve.
you. I would agree with you 100% in saying that it's been trending upward. But that's not to say that bad things haven't happened. It hasn't gotten worse at times. I mean, I would say that, in the late 1800s was pretty chill compared to the 19 teens, with World War I and everything. So, like, yeah,
But
that would be a definite downtrend, but only momentarily. But the overall trend is upward towards
can I add something?
order and
And I'm
judgment
all,
and peace.
Big Bad Mama, go ahead.
Isn't this kind of an anthropocentric way to look at it, though? Because all you're talking about are humans and the future of humans. And, how do the other species work into the prophecy? And we're in the middle of a mass extinction now. It seems to be all about people, and there's no mention of other life forms on our planet.
Well, we
Well, we're
are
the
the
only ones
special
made in the
creation.
image, so of
Yeah, we're
course
the
they're
ones made
only
in the
going to
image of
view it
God.
from that perspective.
Well,
No, I'm more
Well, from a
side with you,
theological
Big Bad
perspective,
Mama.
yes. From a theological perspective, you're 100% right, Aiden.
Obviously.
We are thought of as a special creation, and I know that doesn't jive with the atheistic worldview.
Well, no, it doesn't jive with reality. We're in the middle of a mass extinction right at this moment. And you don't view that as an important.
No, I do. I think it's a terrible travesty. I think that we've done a very bad job of being stewards of our environment, but I don't see that as something that's going to continue forever. I believe we're going to get better and better. And like I said earlier, this conversation wasn't even been had, let's say, 100 years ago. But now we are having this conversation. We are recognizing that we have caused some pretty bad things on this planet, whether it be warfare, pollution, neglecting the environment, but we're progressing towards rectifying these things. I wouldn't
You're
say at all that the environment we live in and the creatures that we cohabitate with are unimportant. I think it's very incumbent upon us as the God-given stewards of this world to protect what we have and to be able to preserve the beauty that we were given. We shouldn't trash our own home, you know?
Yeah.
I
Right,
would like
Um,
to I would just like to clarify that if it sounds like I didn't agree that things have gotten better as time has progressed, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just pointing to it's kind of my it's not a pet peeve, it's a pet uh, me.
Pet peeve. That's the right word.
Yeah, the notion that uh, most people I find are very blind and ignorant, willfully or not, to the fact that here what we see here and now is not um, the ultimate state of things. It's not the nations we see around us are not going to be there forever. The power structures that we see are not going to be there forever. And the same goes for the different species of both animals and plants on Earth. So I think even though things will continue to progress in an upward motion, that's not to say that we will necessarily necessarily oh, brain, come igen. Experience. It might not be a pleasant experience for us,
Right.
even though on a whole it will be a positive
Growing up
development.
has its ups and downs. We've all grown up from children, you know. Our
Yeah,
understanding when we were children was very limited, and as we've grown and matured, we've become better versions of ourselves. And I think that's reflected in the macro scale for humanity. I mean, yes, we're a
yeah,
relatively young civilization population, and we're learning. We're still
yeah,
in the process of learning how to, you know, be our ultimate, what you were describing as
yeah,
our best selves in a sense. But yeah, we're still young as a population. We still have a lot to do. There's a lot of room for improvement, but I think that we have been seeing this improvement consistently over like the meta scale. I'm not talking about like, 5 years. You look back 5 years,
oh,
is
no, no,
everything
no, no,
better?
no,
Not
no,
necessarily. But if you look over the past 1,000 years, we're not
yeah,
sacrificing people to the Aztec gods anymore. We're not rolling into undiscovered lands and infecting the entire population with smallpox to the point of a genocide. Like these aren't things that we do anymore. Like we're aware of this, and this is an effort that's been made on the side of religion and science, because science discovered germ theory. Religion didn't
yeah,
do that. Science did. But guess what? That's created a more moral world because we're more aware of, this germ that I have could kill somebody. So I need to be a little more careful with who I am around. I think that that's very indicative of the growth and maturity of our human race. Even but
oh, yeah,
from my perspective, from my worldview, I believe that that was predicted thousands of years ago. That this would be the trend, and I think that that's been confirmed even in our own lifetimes. I was born into the Cold War. That's not a thing anymore. I mean, yeah, there's been some pretty tense moments, but it's not like you wake up every day wondering if those nukes are going to come raining down. We don't do duck and cover drills in schools anymore. So yeah, I really do believe that we've come a long way as cultures, as societies, as human race in general.
Oh yeah.
There's still real dangers for nuclear war, though.
Right. Yes, there are, but nowhere near the intensity of the threats that were being levied during the Cold War.
The biggest threat that we have right now of a nuclear war, and it's nothing to be taken lightly, is a regional conflict between India and Pakistan is the most likely place right now, I believe, where a nuclear
Or
war will
Putin.
touch off.
I
No, I don't think
Putin,
that. I don't think
I really
Putin-
don't think
I
Putin
think-
would. I think Putin has a lot to say, but he can't really back it up.
He's been a statesman for a very long time, and I think he knows for a fact that if he pulled out the nuclear arsenal and started using it, that Russia as an entity would not survive whatsoever, and that the United States as an
Yeah,
entity
but
would.
remember that he's getting older.
Mm-hmm.
He's an old man by now, which means he has less and less to lose. And Putin doesn't care about Russia in the future. Putin doesn't care about the Russian people. Putin cares about his own image
No, I agree.
and his
I
own
agree
influence.
completely.
Putin cares about reviving
has
the Soviet
cultivated.
Union.
Putin has cultivated a
KVG
cult
guy.
of personality. No, it's actually more complex than that. Putin is a very multifaceted character in who his influences have been. One of his most interesting influences, and I say interesting with a sneer of disgust.
The Orthodox Church.
No, actually, no.
Really?
It's Ivan Ilyin is his name.
Okay.
Ivan Ilyin is a how do I put this? He was a Christian fascist. And when you look up Christofascism was essentially a concept popularized by Ivan Ilyin during the, I believe it was the 50s and 60s primarily that he was writing. Although he may have been dead by the 60s. Anyways, he basically advocated that we use the Orthodox Church, completely like reform it in a similar manner that Hitler completely retooled and reformed the church for his own whims, and bring fascism to Russia in a way that will allow it to dominate basically the entire eastern hemisphere of the planet.
Well, I would even say that the church.
I
would even say that the church influenced Hitler in that regard. The Catholic Church, they were invested in Nazism. The Catholic Church they took so much money.
Well, I mean, they were. You gotta think the Catholic Church originally. I mean, like the Vatican wouldn't have been an independent state like it is right now if Benito Mussolini hadn't granted it that special exception. Because prior to that, under the Kingdom of Italy, yeah, the Pope had respect, but he didn't have his own jurisdiction. He didn't have his own place where he was able to say and do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. And that was given to him by Mussolini. So naturally, of course, the papacy is going to be a little bit supportive towards a fascist kind of ideology because he was promised a lot more by Mussolini if he had made the gains that he had wanted to make. Thankfully, that
ultimately,
didn't
happen. Mussolini wanted to revive the Roman Empire. All he got out of it was Roman Catholic Church, though.
Well, the Roman Empire, I mean, like, yeah, Mussolini's attempts of fascism are... Yeah, he certainly, it's why Nazism and Italian fascism are very distinct historically, because Mussolini had, in some ways, a similar idea to how Italy should function compared to Germany, but in many ways it was... it was an attempt to bring back this weird obfuscation of what the Romans were, but also in a way that could, basically allow them to paint it however they wanted to. Because if you actually look into their propaganda compared to the history given from a non-fascist perspective, they really painted the Romans as this almost like superhuman society. Of these supermen that were nearly immortal and that could do whatever they wanted and really only didn't dominate the world because they didn't feel like it. Like these things that they would say about these people was just absurd.
Plenty of Protestant churches supported Hitler. Plenty of Protestant churches supported Hitler. I mean, and I would say that anti-Semitism in Germany was influenced by the Protestant church, since Martin Luther was an anti-Semite himself.
He was. No, he wrote a book, a dissertation
can-
called On the Jews and Their Lies, that was actually quite popular among Nazi circles. So you're definitely right about Luther's anti-Semitic views, and that being a huge reason why northern Germany was a lot more anti-Semitic than places like Bavaria that was more Catholic. It's interesting because the Catholic Church had this mentality where they weren't anti-Semitic, at least not anywhere near to the same degree as I'd say like the positive Christians were or anything like that, but they did want to pay enough lip service to the regime such that they would basically be allowed to keep their autonomy as it was. So it was very blatantly politics, very, very clearly trumped actual religious principle in that circumstance.
Oh, Aiden, have you seen that video I showed you of Wesley on here?
I saw a bit of it earlier. I mean, Wesley's he's a character, man. He's quite an interesting.
He said
person.
what you talked about. People believe that dinosaurs weren't real, but he said there were demons.
Yeah, he was saying something about that before. I think I'm upset Big Bad Mama. No, I'm joking. I think they just lost connection or something like that. But yeah, it's not the most outlandish thing I've heard about dinosaurs, unfortunately. It's really not. I remember who was it? Maybe it was Lupin. He was telling me, there was never any Christians that said that there was never any real dinosaurs and that Satan put them there to take. There absolutely were Christians that posited that exact thing. All right, I remember my great grandmother actually had these tapes of this one like Baptist preacher. I forget his name. I've tried scrubbing it from my mind, but every once in a while I'd be put over there to be babysat, and she'd have these tapes playing, and they'd be talking about how these liberals out there, they want to try to have you believe that these dinosaur bones are actually real, but I'll tell you, I've been to the museum, it ain't nothing but plaster. It ain't nothing but plaster. This is just very clear evidence of these Satanists trying to get us convinced that these things are real. But let me tell you right now, it ain't real for one moment. I guarantee you in the name of Jesus, these things ain't real for nothing. I've heard these things. So yeah, it was very much so a theory that was posited for a long time. And I have to laugh at people like Kent Hovind because people try to say that he's some great paragon of virtue because he goes against evolution, but it's not doing the work of you're not doing the work of the scripture by going against evolution. You're going against something that has nothing to do with scripture whatsoever because the scripture has nothing to say about evolution.
Well, that's what Michael Jones said. He said they're two different things: religion and
science.
He also remember you said that the thing about taken from the side. He said that he says in the original Hebrew, it said the side, not the rib, and I think it was talk about a covenant he made with man.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily ascribe to the Michael Jones way of thinking, but at the same time, I definitely understand the premise that he's trying to lay down insofar as these things are not as simple as a lot of contemporary biblical. I wouldn't use the term theologian, but I guess YouTube theologian would probably be a good way of describing it, because there's certainly a section of YouTube out there. And unfortunately, because I've been talking so much about Christianity, I've been exposed to a bit of it myself. But just these people that are just talking about the Bible that you can very clearly tell have no actual deep knowledge of the Bible whatsoever, what it's actually saying. It's just, oh, this is a platitude I heard from my preacher. Better go and make a YouTube short about it, kind of thing. So
Michael Jones, he seems to know a lot. He gets this stuff from scholars and historians of the Bible and stuff.
It's crazy that you mentioned Omni Money, Mark, because I actually was emailed by a company called Omni, and
really,
Yeah, they said that they wanted they were going to offer me $30,000 if I just got a tattoo. So I mean, usually
Dude,
I'm not a big fan of tattoos myself, but
sign me up.
yeah, I think I'm gonna go get it done. I think it's probably I mean, like it's just a tattoo for 30 grand. I mean, what idiots, honestly. Like those fools.
I've
They
already
think
got like 10 tattoos, or so, I don't know, I lost count, but I've got a few tattoos. But yeah, what's one more gonna do?
that
Like, actually, I think I'm gonna design this thing. Like, I'm gonna have the words Omni written out, but like
Yeah.
stretched vertically, so that
Yeah,
it looks
yeah.
kind of like a barcode.
It's crazy you
Wouldn't that be
said
awesome?
that. It's crazy you said that because they actually sent me that exact design doc as like what they wanted from me. So
You know what? Maybe I am this harbinger of destruction. Maybe this is just all my plan, and Wesley's just somehow tapped into my consciousness and is distributing this this thought throughout humanity. This vision. It's my vision, Wesley. Listen, I got to tell you, bud. You have misrepresented the vision. You have. I got to call you out on it, and we can have a talk about it if you want.
you got to tell the real vision, Wesley.
I am going to
right?
tell the real vision.
Well, I'm glad that at least we've got somebody here that's going to tell the real vision because, quite frankly, this obfuscation of what the vision is and what it isn't and what we're supposed to abide by, you know for a fact, Wesley, that Volvo is aquamarine at best. It ain't green.
Right. No, it's teal. What are you talking,
Aquamarine
dude? It's
at
so
best.
teal.
All right, come on. Who looks at that and is like, "Oh, that's green"? I mean, come on, dude. You're really gonna tell me that you did that and you're not trying to deceive people? Tell the real vision, Wesley. We've had enough.
Yeah, I told him he could join us.
No, he's running. He's running because he doesn't want to tell the truth.
Wesley.
He wants to go, "Oh, look at me. I've got the real truth, but I'm only going to tell half of it." Well, you know what? Go ahead. Go ahead and tell your half truths. Let Delilah cut your hair, Samson. Well, I'll
Missing
tell you
Mod
what,
wants to
those
see my
pillars are going to
tats.
come down on you, and you'll be lucky if you get to ask for them to come down on you like Samson did. That's all I'm saying, Wesley.
Deviant, have you seen this vision?
I don't think so. I see
No,
very
Deviant won't
few.
tell her because she's not
Right.
passionate about it. I
Well,
don't hear the
listen,
passion
listen.
I
in her
have
voice.
a lot.
It's
I
okay.
have a lot of visions. So I think you need to be more specific.
The day before Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't celebrate Thanksgiving, so I don't really know when that is.
Then sorry, you're out. You're not truly saved. If you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, how could you have seen the vision the day before Thanksgiving?
Hey,
Well, that's
you
what I'm
goad your ass mouth, Wesley Curry the second. All right, you know what? If anyone's ass mouth needs goading, maybe you should take a look in the mirror, buddy, because you're a false prophet. All right, you're like Muhammad coming in here saying, "Oh, I know everything about everything. I just need to go in here and spread my lies." Come on in, Wesley. Come on, face the truth.
Wesley
Face the
says,
truth.
"You don't feel the comforter of Jesus Christ unless I say so." I have a comforter on my bed. It's pretty comfortable.
I'll tell you what, Wesley. You say that, but I just got a DM from Jesus. I just got a DM just now, and he just told me that you were out. All right, you were outed in 1993. We know it. Okay, it's public information now. I know that you got into a spat with Jesus at that nightclub. It wasn't good. All right, it was an ugly affair. It was an ugly exchange on both ends. Both people were aggrieved at the end of it. But you've just got to fess up to it, Wesley. Okay, you've got to fess up to it. You only brought him to that nightclub because you wanted to get free drinks out of him. You wanted him to turn that water into wine, and he said no. And you embarrassed him in front of all those people, Wesley. Way to go. Way to go, Wesley.
Can I be completely honest here for a second? I am 100% incapable of seeing visions. Like, my brain doesn't work that way. It's a literal condition of aphantasia. I can't see visions, Wesley. What does that mean?
Like a beast.
Well, that means that you didn't have the pearl inside of your bowel, all right, Mark? You didn't get the pearl, all right? Because I'll tell you right now, I got the pearl, and it was actually a kidney stone. It was quite horrible.
Ooh.
Anyway, no, I'm joking. I'm joking. But let me tell you right now, he's saying that I'm being taught like a beast. No, I'm teaching you, Wesley. Class is in session, and it's time that you actually open your ears and listen for once in your life, huh? Open your ears to the truth. You come on here and you face the truth. Don't you sit here and spread your lies. I'm sick of it, Wesley. Let's go.
Wesley, if you come on, I promise I'll be nice.
No, I'm not going to be nice. I'm not going to be nice. He's not coming on because he knows I'm not going to be nice.
What is missing Maud's prophecy?
That's a good
She said
question.
she had a prophecy. Oh my goodness. Of course I'm in her prophecy.
Yeah. You're also yeah, she also had pictures of you on her wall everywhere you go.
Is Grace in the prophecy?
Put it in the private chat, Wesley. It's okay. You can put it in the private chat, but I want to hear from you that
we're in
you're
the private
sorry to
Wait a
Jesus for what happened in 1993. I want to hear it from you, Wesley.
I had a dream. It was weird where this character from Mortal Kombat fought Predator.
Hadouken!
It was weird. Cyrax. He's a robot guy. He fought. It was at a school, and he's fighting Predator. It was weird.
Now that's a vision.
Well,
let me ask you something, Wesley, and I would love it if you were here. This vision that, and this is in all seriousness, this vision that you supposedly had, that you say everybody had, that everybody on Earth has had. This vision happened in the past. You said it was like 2004, 2005, 2006, somewhere in October, November, August. I don't remember. But you say that everybody alive today had this vision. My daughter was born in 2014. How did she see this vision? She wasn't even conceived yet.
no, you're a liar, Mark.
Aiden, he was born 2010.
You're a liar. You see, your senses are lying to you right now, Mark. There hasn't been anybody born, all right, since the great cataclysmic termination of 2003, all right? We know this.
Here's what I believe. There is no reality. We wake up in a simulation every day, pre-programmed with the vast memories that we have, and it's just a game, and we're like all here just spitting out ones and zeros and think we're doing stuff.
The Dodeca violent gigawar of 2023 was a conflict that followed 2003's conflict, but 20-fold. It wiped out 87% of the entire world's population, and nobody wants to talk about it because everything was just bulldozed over last Thursday, and we were just reprogrammed with new memories of everything that happened. But I know
That's right.
that last Thursday, we all knew what the real truth was, okay? We were all aware and we were all wise to what had happened, but you don't want to tell that vision, Wesley. You don't want to tell me that last Thursday you were there and you had your memory rewiped. But you're going to sit there in the private chat and give me your platitudes? Be gone with you, false prophet!
Aiden, last Thursday is when we were all programmed with our memory. That's when it all started, last Thursday.
That's what I'm saying.
It's just that this previous memories of like 2004 and 2005, that's a programmed memory. It didn't really happen.
He's not telling the vision of the Dodeca violent gigawar of 2023, and I demand that he give justice to the 23 quadrillion people who perished.
Oh man, that 23 quadrillion? I thought there were only... Is that why there's only 8 billion people now?
Yeah, I know. Like, there's all this empty space on the planet, and people are like, oh yeah, it's just natural that there's open fields that aren't just overtaken by slums. Right? Yeah, okay, sure, buddy. Whatever.
I think he's gone.
I think this is how we do it. I think this is how we get him to leave of his own fruition. You just got to tell me when he comes on the show at some point, and I'm just gonna one up him.
And here's the thing: I like Wesley.
I really do too. No, I
like him. I genuinely like the guy, but it's just too easy.
I'm just so sick of hearing the same things from him, Mark. I've heard him say this exact thing for 2 years straight, and at this point, I'm so bored of it that this is what I've resorted to.
Well,
sorry.
Deviant said something earlier about having the reaction of mockery towards people like this, but then feeling bad about it. That's how I feel. I feel bad about mocking this idea of this vision and our hands turning to ash, and if you don't admit that you saw this vision, then you're a son of Satan or whatever. Like I don't like the fact that I laugh at this, but it's laughable. It's
No, I you know what? I don't feel bad, and the reason why I don't feel bad is because he goes and he puts it in everyone else's face. If he did this to himself, if he kept to himself and he just did this in a way that didn't go and bother everybody else when he did it, then fine, fair enough. But when you put yourself out there and you go and do these sorts of things, then you are equally putting yourself out there to be mocked and to be laughed at. I'm sorry, he has the choice whether or not he fires up his webcam and he comes on these shows and he makes a fool of himself.
And just to be clear, we're mocking the idea. We're not mocking the man. We are mocking the idea.
No, it's true.
The concept.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get Wesly into a state where he is worse off than he currently is, but at the same time it's important to just point out that it's absurd.
It is.
Okay? You can't just let that stand and just try to tap dance around it and pretend like it's fine, because that's not doing him any services either.
Missing Mod, do you really think Wesly would try to physically assault me? You really think that? I don't think so. I don't think he would try to lay hands on me. I think you would try to. I don't think he would. Christian Pike's only 33 years old.
You're 13.
He's a little baby boy.
You're 13.
I'm older than him.
You're older than me. Wait, no, we're the same age. 37.
Oh, you're older than me. I'm turning 37.
Okay.
Is that weird?
38 this year.
I think I'm genuinely the youngest person in this community.
Yeah, you're only 17.
Right?
I'm the oldest.
No, you're not. Chuck is.
Yeah, but
no, wait. No.
Present.
Faithful. Oh, the oldest present, sure.
No, Faithful's the oldest person in this community, I believe.
She's the oldest person in the world.
28, 29?
24.
Yes, sorry, 24.
Mm-hmm.
Christian's the same age as the good Lord.
I was there when God was a boy, you know that?
Mark, would you ever like to see that video of Jesse Morrell?
I think we've already looked at it, haven't we?
No.
Hey, Mark.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm ignoring it, Aiden.
I might have found a way to be able to do single-player Tarkov on a private server. So I might be able to get it set up so that me and you can do co-op and play that together without having to worry about any cheaters.
Well, you still have to worry about me shooting you in the back of the head despite us being in the same room for like 5 minutes.
That's a good point. Yes, that's true. I actually was the only one that did that on our team. I murdered Skylar. I didn't even mean to. I genuinely thought that he was an enemy because I was like, "Is that you over there?" He's like, "What? What are you talking about?" I was like, "Okay, no time to wait."
So, apparently we have to pay to have Christian Pike on now. He said he's about to grab a shower and he might hop on for a fee.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind paying a fee for a really stand out like speaker and whatever, but if we don't get Daytona Clayton, it's not going to be worth it.
Yeah, I agree.
But he's the VP.
Oh, hey, Deviant's got the is this the part 2 that we were watching earlier?
This is the first.
Okay. Oh, Billy sent me the part 2. Let me share that. I think I did share it actually in
no, you never did because we got sucked up by the not working OBS.
Hang on. I think I have it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is it. It's the link.
What's the name?
In the private chat, it's the very top link. And this is about the lawsuit that they filed.
Oh, did Billy tried to come in?
Billy?
Yeah,
He was in the
trucker.
chat.
Oh.
Because
Truck driving William.
what? Oh, the top.
Yeah, the very top link in the private chat.
Yeah.
And that would, I think what you're looking at is part 1. What we watched earlier was part 2, and the one in the chat is part 3, the actual lawsuit that they're.
I have the entire playlist with all of them. So
So there's more than 3 parts.
Oh yes.
Ooh.
I've got to go, guys. Sorry.
Don't
Go
leave.
away.
No.
Get out of here already.
All right,
Breath
We're
stinks
gonna
anyway.
miss you, Aiden.
Oh, I miss you
My
guys.
friends and I.
Oh, my ears just got blown out. All right, well, thank you for blowing out my eardrums right before I got. No, it was actually fine. I'll talk to you guys later.
Later, dude.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, this is the link Billy sent is a it's not from Reckless Ben.
Okay.
It's from a channel called Legal Bro.
Is that the one with the $12 million lawsuit as the thumbnail? Because that's the part 3.
I can't see the thumbnail because I
You have too many tabs open.
no, I opened the link so the video is playing.
Oh yeah, it
doesn't
is.
show.
You're right. It's Legal Bro. That's right. I'm looking at it too. That's the one.
But I overthrew a restaurant that was run by a cult.
Yes.
Yes. Let's see. Yes. Don't you say I have too many tabs? I don't have
You
too
have
many
too many
tabs.
tabs. You have too many
I don't
tabs.
have
Your memory is just ate up.
Well, no. I mean, my memory is not the greatest.
Your computer memory.
Oh. Well, I'm gonna play the video now.
Go for it.
My friends and I legally overthrew a restaurant that uses child labor and is run by an evil cult.
If you speak again, you're gonna get detained, okay?
Yes, I used their own legal loophole against them, making me the legal owner of this restaurant now. So first, we fired all the cult members. And now, we can literally do whatever we want with the place. Before you click away from the video, because you don't believe me, we actually pulled this off, and everything we did in the video was, we think was 100% legal. So let's just get right to it. Here's how I pulled it off. First, I spent 3 weeks undercover in a cult called the 12 Tribes doing investigative journalism work with secret cameras. This cult owns a restaurant as a recruiting device called the Yellow Deli. And while I was working undercover, the first thing I discovered is that this restaurant doesn't pay their employees. They only use slave labor. And believe it or not, using slave labor is actually illegal under the California Minimum Wage Act. So I was curious and asked these guys what loophole they use to get away with this.
Does this restaurant ever run into like problems with minimum wage issues since no one gets paid here?
We're under an LLC, so everybody who works here is
Oh.
so we don't have that issue.
So I'm an owner since I'm working here?
Our owner.
Wait, really?
Yeah, because basically that way nobody can just take the restaurant over. So you have to win like go by half. So it keeps the Yellow Deli safe as far as that goes.
That's a cool loophole.
Yeah.
Now it's time to use their cool loophole against them. So here's the plan. Get a large group of my friends to all get hired by this restaurant, making them actual legal owners of the Yellow Deli. When the next employee meeting happens, we do a group vote to fire all the other employees. According to their LLC, you win by a majority vote to pass any business decisions. Now that they're all fired, we're the only owners left, which means looks like we own the restaurant now. And as owners of the restaurant, we're gonna rebrand the place. First off, there's gonna be no more child abuse, no more child labor, and the new restaurant's gonna stop praising things like slavery and Hitler. But we gotta take over the restaurant first, so time to take over the restaurant. Okay guys, some of you guys may die. That's a sacrifice that we're all willing to make to take this evil cult down. You guys ready for this? Yeah! 1, 2, 3, virgin! Let's go! So you guys are definitely thinking right now, Ben, what the heck are you thinking? I mean, you don't just expect that this restaurant's just gonna hire your entire group of friends on the spot, do you? Well, that's where I'm 6 steps ahead, because while I was still undercover infiltrating this cult, I found out about their main prophecy, which they actually believe that 144,000 virgins are gonna just show up to their cult one day. I assume this is how they expect the virgins to show up, and then they're gonna like sacrifice them. It's gonna bring the end of the world or whatever. So I asked a few of the members, once all these virgins show up, are they just automatically hired at the restaurant? Like, do they just get a job?
What would happen if like 40 people randomly just showed up at the deli and we're like, we're ready to work? Would you guys be able to like have work for the people? Yeah. Because that's gonna happen someday, right? It's gonna be crowded. Thousands of people. So it's slow now, but it's gonna get like really fast really soon. At some point.
Yep, that's the main prophecy that this restaurant believes in. So I guess if all my friends knock on their door just pretending to be virgins, they're just gonna think that their prophecy's finally coming true. So check it out. We're entering as the San Diego Virgin Club. That's why we all just chanted virgins before. So Danny, Lydia, and I hid on the outside, while everyone else walked in through the back employee entrance.
Oh, yeah. Who brought you? Oh, we're with the Virgin Club? Oh, wow. Yeah, it's like a group project. We were interested in like learning more and stuff. Well, if y'all could kind of follow me this way.
Oh, okay, they're in. I think they're in.
Saying they want to help out. Yeah, we definitely are going to need that. We got tables that we got gonna have to seat. The sandwich bar probably could use some help. Get a crew going on dishes. Maybe a crew can start sweeping the floor.
What this restaurant didn't know is that my friends are some of the hardest workers out there. They were sweeping, mopping, cleaning the bathroom, doing dishes, setting tables, moving boxes from one place to put them in another place. They were doing lots and lots of work. The only downside is nobody got paid for the hard work they were doing. It's okay. They only didn't get paid because they're now official owners of this restaurant.
This is going way too well.
Wait, really?
Y'all are an answer to prayer. That's exactly what you are.
No, wait, but guys. What if it's a trap?
But it wasn't a trap. Or maybe it was, I don't know. Either way, if it was a trap, my friends successfully all became owners, and the plan was going great. Until...
I think we already saw this one. This is the Reckless Ben video, right? Or is this the attorney one?
No, this is the Reckless Ben.
We already watched this one.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. How long was the other one?
This one's like 15 minutes, but the here, let me put the link back in the chat if I can find it. Now I've got too many tabs open.
Because he has the first is I infiltrated the scariest cult in the world.
There it is.
The scariest cult got even scarier. The cult that tried to kill my girlfriend.
Grace, you get away from my sandwich. That's my sandwich. Go lay down.
Huh?
Grace was trying to steal my sandwich.
Oh.
She stole. I went and got a slice of pizza from the 7-Eleven the other day. And I set it down and walked away. When I came back, she was chomping down on it. She stole my pizza. It's a bad dog. So you should have left it there.
Using a legal loophole. Because this playlist has 19 videos, and I happen to know that not all of them are from the same cult.
I put the legal Ben. This was the lawyer that's reviewing their lawsuit. Their $12 million lawsuit. It's in the private chat.
I'm sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you. Oh, now I have to think. Stop. Oh my goodness, it's like someone sticking a needle in my nose. Ah.
What's wrong? Are you all right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Christian said, "May the Lord, the 33-year-old Lord, richly bless you, deviant."
I'm sorry. Ah.
Well, because Christian's 33. That's the one.
Yeah. It's a baby boy.
Goodness gracious, that's a 30-minute video? Okay.
Legal Bro here. Today we're going to take a look at Reckless Ben's video of the 12 tribes and Yellow Deli Cafe, whether or not it's legal for Reckless Ben to take over that cafe, whether or not the 12 tribes has committed some sort of wage and hour violations. Let's get into it.
That uses child labor and is run by an evil cult.
If you speak again, you're going to get detained, okay?
Yes, I used their own legal loophole against them, making me the legal owner of this restaurant now. So first, we fired all the cult members. And now, we can literally do whatever we want with the place. Before you click away from the video, because you don't believe me, we actually pulled this off, and everything we did in the video was, we think was 100% legal. So let's just get right to it. Here's how I pulled it off. First, I spent 3 weeks undercover in a cult called the 12 Tribes doing investigative journalism work with secret cameras. This cult owns a restaurant as a recruiting device called the Yellow Deli. And while I was working undercover, the first thing I discovered is that this restaurant doesn't pay their employees. They only use slave labor. And believe it or not, using slave labor is actually illegal under the California Minimum Wage Act. So I was curious and asked these guys what loophole they use to get away with this.
Does this restaurant ever run into like problems with minimum wage issues since no one gets paid here?
We're under an LLC, so everybody who works here is
Oh.
so we don't have that issue.
So I'm an owner since I'm working here?
Our owner.
Wait, really?
Yeah, because basically that way nobody could just take the restaurant over. So you'd have to win like low by half. So the Yellow Deli state or that.
That's a cool loophole.
Yeah.
No, it's
Okay, so there is already a ton to unpack, and I love where this is going. Obviously, individual in the back there that's correct. That means that every employee in America that was working for a restaurant where their business entity was a limited liability company or an LLC would now be a part owner of the restaurant. Sort of curious. I don't really understand the logic here, but I think what is going on is that what the employee may have meant, I did a little bit of digging into 12 tribes. They have a 501d tax status with the IRS, and basically it's one of those religious entities that can get into either businesses that are for profit or not for profit. But very interesting start. So what we have here is we have somebody who is running the Yellow Deli for the 12 tribes. And
I checked the playlist.
Guess who's here?
Hi, I'm the person that's going to gather the 12 tribes. My name is Wesley Lawrence Curry II.
Hi, Wesley. How's it going?
Hi.
The 12 tribes are in Scripture the government of Israel, the remnant, the 144,000, and they are all innocent. They do not.
Are you innocent?
No.
No?
I'm a treacherous dealer. I am bruised corn. I am the shame of the Lord's house. The prince, the treasurer, the little book, the little scroll.
How so?
Yeah, I'm bruised corn.
How are you the little scroll?
It's the way it is.
I mean, I'm just asking how. It can't just be the way it is. You got to give an explanation.
Jesus Christ chose me, and I didn't want the job.
Well, he does say you did not choose me, but I chose you. But that wasn't talking to you. That was talking to his disciples.
Okay. So the 12 tribes are all young children. None of them are adults.
Have they seen the vision? My daughter's 10. She was born in 2014. Your visions came 2004, 2005, 2006, correct?
That's 2 questions. How many more are you going to ask before I finish what I was going to say? Impatient one.
Are you going to answer the question?
After I finish speaking what I was going to say, and if you interrupt me, I'll just go somewhere else. The 12 tribes are all young children. None of them are adults. They do not use TV. I am going to gather them, and we are going to, in the 7 years of time, gather into one group and walk to Megiddo, what is known as Armageddon, for the last battle against Satan. Those 144,000 shall be sealed in their foreheads by Jesus. Have a good day. They will tell the vision is how they will be sealed. Goodbye.
The children? Okay, let's go back to the video. Play.
Are you there, Miss Outcast? Hello, are you there?
Wesley Broker.
Yeah, I'm here. I was muted because I've been sneezing. I forgot I muted myself.
Oh, you missed Wesley.
No, I did not.
I gave him his opportunity to speak. I don't know why he left. I only had those 2 questions, and that was it.
The duck, he was hearing some duck crack.
What are you talking about? I didn't hear any ducks.
Duck, 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 duck.
Oh, that was my I'm sorry, that was my my alarm because it's 2:15. That's when I usually wake up from my afternoon nap to go pick up my daughter from school.
Yeah, he didn't appreciate.
Well, I can't help that. I gotta have my alarm so I know when to pick her up from school. But she's gonna walk home today, so she already told me that she wanted to walk home.
Oh. But you take your nap, probably get your blankies and you get the teddy bears and
I gotta have my baba first.
And then Skyler tucks you in and then you go sleep.
I mean, but was that not a legitimate question? He says that these tribal, these 144,000 are all going to be young, and they're going to tell the vision. But if they're young, you know, if you were born in 2005, you're still considered, you're probably considered old at this point. I mean, you're an adult, just about like 19 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think 18.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have been able to remember this vision. They were too young.
Yeah.
You know, the brain doesn't start really retaining memories until you're like 2 or 3.
Right.
2005, 10.
So if this vision happened in 2004, 2005, 2006, the young, I would say 18 is young. They would have been too young to have remembered it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think,
I would also like to I just out there that Megiddo.
Megiddo, yeah, that's
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with Megiddo.
Yeah.
Because of the world's first peace treaty.
It'd be really cool if he could have gone ahead and called up those tribes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said. You are silly, childish, shameless fool who shall soon be on the streets with nowhere to go and no toys and to play with. No toys to play with.
Wesley, let's still do our interview on Wednesday, though.
Oh, can you do it on here?
Yeah, but we're not going to we might get into this stuff later, but not at the beginning of the interview or most of the interview.
Okay.
Well, I wish you would come in and just like everybody else does, just kind of blend into the conversation instead of coming in and trying to derail it. You want to call us childish, but we were doing a review of this here guy doing a review of this here video that we've already reviewed. And that's important, man. That's really important. And you just come in here like a wrecking ball. Just ease into it first, Wesley.
Knock it down
ease
like
into
a
it.
racket ball. Like
You
what's her
came
name?
in like a wrecking ball. Something like that. I don't know.
But I mean, his philosophy.
Yeah.
You know what he's going to do. And if you do what you did, it's not going to go well.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. We my son.
I just want to understand it more. Yes, I know what he's going to come in and say, but there's so much more to unpack in the words that he says, and I want to understand where he's coming from.
But you should just let him say it first. Just let him get it out. If you're going to have him on, it has to be on his terms.
Okay. So
do you know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. So Wesley, this is Logan's channel, so what I say has no bearing whatsoever. But if you come on, I'll shut up. If Logan wants that.
Okay.
I won't even say anything to you. I'll just listen.
But you're this is like a republic. What's his name? It's a VP. So it's
Christian Pike?
Yeah. And Father Chuck's a VP. But you're like what is it called? Conference? The people vote on stuff?
Moderator.
Conference?
The Electoral College?
Yeah.
No, the regular college. The House and
Oh, okay. The Senate and the House of Representatives?
Is that what you guys are?
We're a representative
Thank you.
republic over here, folks.
I want to be a senator.
Yeah. You're a senator. Miss Outcast a
Right.
senator.
Yay!
Mark is one, and Miss Mudd, and it goes on, and Aiden, and y'all vote on what you like to do.
I vote to let Wesley back on and
Yes.
speak uninterrupted.
I vote on that too.
Then
Wesley, please come back on.
And I will only speak when I'm spoken to.
Logan. But until then, you guys can keep chatting. I mean, he might not want to come back on.
We could continue on with the video. Yes.
Go for it.
Yeah, is it okay to because I think it gives more of a background how he about the cultists infiltrating. It's a 5 minutes the first.
Okay.
Oh, sound. Ooh.
This is the Yellow Deli, a popular restaurant you can find all around the world, but it's run by an evil white supremacy cult. And this is the story of how I actually got hired by this restaurant. I was a full-time employee living here for weeks, so I can now expose them to the entire world. If you thought it was crazy when I infiltrated Scientology, then just wait until you find out what goes on inside this place. But as of right now, it seems like nobody knows.
I do know about the Yellow Deli. Nice people, nothing wrong with the people.
It's good. They got good sandwiches. They're not doing any harm.
I don't know. It's just rumors that you hear. I don't know if that's true or not. You know.
All of this is going to change because right now I'm uploading all of their secrets against their will. Yeah, obviously, I've been advised not to do this. I mean, a lot of these white supremacy groups are known for just straight up murdering anyone that goes against them. But I'm doing it anyways because somebody has to take this cult down, so I guess it's gonna be me. I want to make it very clear that I am not suicidal. If my body happens to show up dead during the time this series gets released, just know that I did not kill myself. Yeah, this cult can try and kill me, but I have too much blackmail on them. But anyways, the story actually starts, believe it or not, with my friend Danny and I just going to the Yellow Deli restaurant to eat some lunch.
2 people.
The whole thing is employee built.
Whoa!
We live together, we share the money that we make and everything that we make, we share.
Wow. Anyways, we gained their trust and they invited us to their secret headquarters of where they live.
Should we go? Yeah? Oh, okay.
So here's the plan. Step 1 is gain their trust. Well, I guess we just did that. So on to the next step. Secretly film them with spy cameras. So we ordered a lot more spy cameras online.
I swear I'm not recording you guys.
And finally, upload everything to YouTube and hopefully they don't murder us. Let's go. So we journeyed out to where all the employees live, which these guys live in the absolute middle of nowhere.
Spy glasses are going. Let's go.
It's really nice to meet you.
Yeah, I hope you just enjoy yourself here. Meet all my good friends. You met Emmett already?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
At first, everyone here seemed really happy, but something was off about this place.
Can you pause real quick?
Like, really off.
Yes.
I just wanted to point out that how many more people this cult has than certain other cults we're familiar with. Yeah, they seem to be doing it right.
Yep.
This is how you do a cult. Go ahead.
Is this part of Scientology?
No, this is the 12 Tribes cult. It's a amalgamation of Judaism and Christianity, and they are like a doomsday cult.
Interesting. Where are they stationed out of?
It looks like they're in Tennessee, from what I could tell.
They have what's the word?
Affiliations.
Chapters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not so they're
all
not
over.
super central.
Right.
No, they have them all over the world. As I understand,
this particular one with the Yellow Cafe is in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Would you ever join their cult?
I wouldn't. No, it would be very weird for me to do. Would you?
No, I think Big Bad Mama might. Right?
I'll watch to see what they have to offer.
I'd be very surprised if at the end of this you would, but who knows? Maybe you're cult shopping and I don't know.
Why do you think I show up on these channels?
Good question. Didn't think about that.
Would you ever join Kent's cult?
Yeah, I won't say no.
You're keeping an open mind that you're cult shopping.
That last time we ran into each other in the middle of the desert, you seemed to be looking pretty hard for him.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, cult shopping's not easy. You got to take your time, and you never know when you're going to find the right one.
That's true.
Did you look at other places, Mark, if you don't mind me asking, or?
No.
Okay. Oh, I'm just wondering. I could see people doing that who are looking for that.
There were a lot of people that would come through there and talk about the other communities that they came from. So there are cult shoppers out there.
Will you ever join Scientology?
I am Scientology. What are you talking about? No,
No.
I wouldn't, Logan. I wouldn't do it.
Oh. What about Big Bad Mama?
I've already had my fill of cults for a lifetime, so I'm just gonna pass on the whole cult thing.
Oh.
Yeah, no cults. No cults for me.
What about the
Well, you can go join a cult if you want to, Big Bad Mama. You've never lived the experience before, unless there's something you're not telling us.
What about the cult of Claude, about where they worship cats?
That's something I could get into.
But that's my cult.
Well, you can be in it too. Well,
Cult Wars.
No, not. I have my own cult. It's
you have a
only
cat?
Well, you're gonna have to
Only
compete
cats.
with the other cults. You don't have a cat?
All cats are my cats.
I think you need a cat to be in the cult, if I'm not mistaken.
But I have all the cats. They all belong
Okay.
to me. They're all mine. Just ask.
I'll ask Snowy.
I want to point
I'll ask
something out
Snowy right
to-
now.
I want to point something out to Missing Mod. She's in the comments complaining about talking to herself. There are 4 people viewing this live stream. There are 4 people in the panel. You're not, I mean, if you're in the chat, you are talking to yourself. Why don't you just join us?
Join us.
One of us.
Join us, one of us. Google gobble.
This is the cult for you.
Missy Mod
Okay.
wants to run the cult, though. That's the problem.
Right.
That is a problem because this is my
we
cult.
don't have a cult leader here. We are all the cult leaders.
Right.
We're a democracy cult.
Oh no.
The cult
The
of
world's-
goats.
Yay!
We're all part owners.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm a senator.
Me too.
What about Mark?
He's a senator, too.
Yeah, you already appointed me.
Christian Pike's the vice president.
Who's the
Yeah,
president?
I'm a bit mixed
That's
about
we're gonna
that.
we're gonna have to do something about that, but that's
Yeah.
for later.
You know what, Christian Pike? If Christian is the vice president, he would actually be the person with the most authority in this cult right now, and he just elected Wesly as the leader. So, Wesly, it's all
I
on
smell
you.
it. I smell a coup.
Mm-hmm.
All we have to do to take over this cult is a 51% majority, right?
Yep.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
I think it's looking good.
Now that I have my grave, we are going to defeat all of the enemies.
Our enemies have had dominion over us for long enough. They are no more.
Those enemies. The enemies. Enemies.
Wow, this restaurant has a lot of enemies. I'll just tell you guys, this restaurant hates you if you're gay, if you're black, if you're Jewish, if you're Abraham Lincoln because he freed the slaves. They hate black people. And even chocolate, for a pretty funny reason you'll find out later in the series. But they still have a lot more enemies. They hate you if you're Christian, any of these religions that you see right here. But another thing about this cult is they just abuse kids. They use kids as free slave labor. And if the kids don't follow orders perfectly, they take them into the back room and beat them. And if you watching this think that's messed up, then you are also their enemy and they want to take you down. But this restaurant isn't just gonna openly say that they hate all these groups of people, especially not to someone they just met today. But once I gain their trust later in the series, they teach me everything. It gets really bad. Like, for example, the ritual I just showed you guys is actually just them practicing to do a giant group suicide. Yeah, these guys are actually planning on doing this, like, really soon.
That's what the pre-enactment is.
Oh, so this whole day is a pre-enactment.
Of the final day.
Oh!
With Yeshua.
But for now, I have to gain their trust.
We have bad things to make for you. Oh, should I? Maybe. I'm down.
We want you to.
Fired. Wow, that was the easiest job interview ever. As long as they don't catch our spy cameras, we should be good to go.
Your grass looks like in a blue way.
So, I was gonna have to tell him at some point.
No, you don't.
I have a lazy eye. I have a lazy eye. Like, I'm really insecure about it. So they have these glasses that they put on me.
How's that working out really?
Just don't tell anyone. But apparently this light, it like tells you that there's something like, that's why I don't take them off, because there's something, I don't really know how to explain it.
I was winging it. Also, this is Danny Burke. He's the one that just got caught with the spy camera, and I feel like I haven't really properly introduced him yet. So like myself, he's also a professional stuntman.
Take it out.
We both thought that sneaking into this cult together as a team and taking them both down together could be our next big stunt. The old stuff was getting a little boring. But anyways, back to these guys catching our spy glasses.
I I'm not really sure. I think you can like charge them. I don't really know how it works. Can I get a hug, man?
I had butterflies in my stomach, like when you go down a roller coaster, and I was just like, I gotta save us. I gotta save us. I just literally felt like we had this whole plan to like expose them, and I'm ruining it. I literally thought, oh shit, I blew it for us.
I'll see you tomorrow. I'm staying here tonight.
What will happen next? Will I die in this evil cult? Or am I gonna get the best insider secret camera footage, spyglasses camera footage ever, and take this evil cult down? Stay tuned to find out, because in the next episode, you will be one episode closer to finding out what happens. Here's a little preview. That's all you get.
I like this guy.
He reminds me of you.
Oh, Christian Pike, we're watching
Became an
Reckless
actual
Ben.
employee
He's a
of the-
guy that infiltrates cults and exposes them. And this particular one, this cult is called the 12 Tribes Cult or something like that.
Yeah.
But they own this yellow deli, and Reckless Ben and his friends went in using their own LLC bylaws and took over, fired all the original employees, and they now own the restaurant, or at least they're trying to get ownership of it, like through legal means too. It's pretty crazy. It's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Yellow Deli, a restaurant.
Sorry.
Oh, that's right. Go ahead.
Okay.
Run by an evil cult. My friend Danny and I have both been living here full-time for weeks, secretly recording them with hidden spy cameras so we can expose this cult and take them down. But anyways, I just got hired in the last episode, so now I have to spend the night where they told me about their ultimate plan as a group, which is to gather 144,000 virgins. Yes, that's a lot of virgins, but they're telling me that they're actually going to be able to gather 144,000 virgins soon, so they can do a group suicide, sacrificing every single virgin. And yeah, somehow this is supposed to bring Yeshua, the god they believe in, back to Earth. But this is actually real. I mean, these guys are telling me that they're planning on doing this really soon.
It's gonna be like 144,000 Yeshua's back. That's actually what's gonna take to bring about an end to this age. But they actually have enough faith to do that.
I wanted to show these guys that I was the best, newest recruit that they could find, that I would be honored to participate in their group suicide. So this is what I did.
We've always been raised to like stay virgins our whole lives.
No, I missed it.
Can you say what you say? Even though I have a girlfriend, like, we haven't even had our first kiss yet, you know what I mean?
Now that I'm eligible for the group suicide, task 1 complete, now it's time to work. But this wasn't just your normal restaurant work. This is hard manual labor in the heat of the 100-degree sun. Sorry for 90% of the world that uses Celsius. It's like, what is that in Celsius actually? Let me look it up. 100 degrees to Celsius. 37.7778 degrees Celsius. Anyways, my point is it's hot.
This is not fun.
Yeah, I felt like a slave because this restaurant doesn't even pay their employees. They just tell them that if they decide to ever stop working, then you're going to hell. And all their employees actually seem to be brainwashed into believing this, especially the kids. Yeah, this restaurant's literally using children as free slave labor.
How old are you? 4? Ben, what were you doing at 4 years old?
Not sure.
I'm definitely going to cover all of their brainwashing techniques and the child abuse that goes on later. But for now, my mission is to gain their trust. So back to work for me.
They put me to work today. Shoveling dirt away. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, builds character.
I got a lot of character built today. Yeah.
But there's more. Now we have to sell this food at the Yellow Deli. And on the way, I learned a little bit more about the culture of this restaurant.
I can work out and grow my hair out. We don't want long hair. It's a disgrace to actually have long hair. What do you think about the culture of women that are like buzzing their heads now? It's rebelling. It's rebelling against submissive. No, she's gonna be submissive. Because she's like, oh, I want to take on the role of a man and have the short hair. Yeah. It's the same thing that women are doing nowadays to feel pain to having a baby. They just go in the hospital, they go cut it open and take the baby out, and they wake up and there's a baby in their hands. Yeah, it's too easy. The pain of childbirth.
Anyways, we're at the Yellow Deli now. And guess who their newest chef is? It's me. I'm the chef. And they only asked us one question.
Did he really just wish more pain on women in childbirth?
Yep.
Does this guy have a wife?
Yep.
Wow. She ought to kick him in the nuts.
Yep. They're when you get into their actual beliefs and the way they think, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, my goodness, why would you want to wish agony on another person like that? Ugh. No, if ladies, if you can take the pain meds, the blocks and what all, do it. You don't have to suffer. This is 2024. Good grief.
Yeah, I don't. It has to take quite a lot of brainwashing for a woman to. I mean, there are women in this cult as well.
Yeah. And
I
look,
don't.
if you want to have a natural childbirth, more power to you. That's great.
Yeah, sure.
Not everybody's cut out for that.
Right.
I have no idea what it would be like. I'm a man. I can't give birth, but I'm familiar with pain, and I'd like to avoid as much of it as possible. And I don't think that's a bad thing. That's not being rebellious. That's just being human.
Exactly.
Yeah, these guys are nuts.
This makes me think about Scientology's silent births.
Uh-huh.
Because if you make a sound, it would cause an so-called engram, which is like a traumatic memory that will mess the kid up. So they have to be silent, and they are also against drugs.
Oh, they're on some kind of drugs, it seems like.
Mm-hmm.
Murder Pike!
We gotta put them women in that place.
You know what? We should put drugs in them that make them feel more pain.
This is my kind of religion. I don't know if I mentioned that.
It seems to be right up your alley.
You know what I'm saying?
Make them hurt.
Make it hurt. Make it hurt. Pay for the sins of Eve. Get them. You know what, Logan? Get them.
What do you say?
If you see any of them ungotten, then we have a responsibility to get them.
There you go.
Clearly.
I'm sorry if my thoughts on childbirth are that women should not have to go through pain, are offensive to some very literalist interpreters of the Bible. I'm a preterist, by the way. I believe we're in the millennial kingdom. I believe that we should be seeking out, ways to reduce suffering.
I think that's
I'd like to hear more of the good word from this guy, Logan. Start the video back.
You got it.
Question to make sure we were qualified to work here.
So Ben and Daniel.
Yeah.
Hey, are you all don't take it personal if I ask you. I'm curious. Are you all both Jewish?
The next step in joining this cult is just don't be Jewish. They hate the Jews.
Check. None of you are Jewish.
I'm German.
Good answer, if you know what I mean.
So far, so good.
Germany. Be Jewish.
Yeah.
Basically, they just send us in with no training. I don't even think they knew our last names at this point.
No, they've never asked for our last names. It was freaking weird. They didn't know anything. They just thought I was Daniel the Surfer Virgin. That was it. And we didn't have to sign shit. They put me in the kitchen where I can't cook. And I'm making sandwiches with you, dude, with no training.
Okay, they're losing me.
Yeah, well, because I have a severe, lazy eye. And so these glasses, really help me, stay focused and have the eye not wander.
They can use tell.
Yeah, I know. That means it's working.
They work?
Yeah, they work.
That's intense.
Yeah.
Wow.
After working an 8-hour shift, I was finally allowed to sleep. For 4 hours, where it was time to wake back up and do it all over again.
Yeah, we did a lot today.
While I was working, a lot of people started to ask about the girl I brought to the wedding. To me, she's just a good friend, but I told them that she was my fiance.
We were going to save our first kiss for marriage.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, we were actually supposed to get married in 2 weeks or something.
But the problem is they're not allowed to use cell phones here, so I have no way to contact her.
I'm trying to convince her to come. So if you know any ways I can convince her.
And together, we came up with the perfect plan so I can use my cell phone one more time. Lydia, if I land this double backflip, you have to come to 12 Tribes.
Clean. Yeah. Now
I thought it'd be funny if after even all of this, Lydia still didn't show up.
That was impressive. Not gonna lie.
I mean, these guys kind of rule.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Ben's on the you'll see. He's on the exposing side.
Dang. He was in the kitchen.
I'm so sorry you're disappointed in there, Christian.
I'm gonna give him another chance, Steven.
Yeah.
I mean, so far, these guys kind of rule. That's all I'm saying.
See you in hell.
Free work for this restaurant. So I called all the restaurant's employees for a group meeting.
I told her if I did a double backflip off the rope swing, that she had to come today. I landed the double backflip so perfectly. It was the most perfect double backflip thing. But she's still not here.
What are you saying? We got to talk to Ben and his girlfriend because
Yeah, we'll get him through it.
Yeah, she might not come. She might not follow him. And even if she does, it doesn't really mean they're gonna get married.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
What, so even if she does come, we can't get married? At first I was confused.
I'm confused.
I didn't know at the time that me being white wanting to marry someone Chinese would be such a terrible idea, in their eyes at least. You start to understand this more when you see the way that this restaurant arranges all of its marriages for their employees.
And you flew all the way there without even meeting her. Yeah.
We're both half Japanese.
That's true love.
I didn't have to strive one bit. I don't have to worry about it. Said that's who worry about it for me.
Arranged
Don't worry about
marriages,
my life.
save the trouble, baby.
Worry about it for me, even though I'm married.
At this point, all the spy cameras are dead. However, I still want to keep filming, so with just a little bit of engineering work, I was able to fully engineer out of one of the gift baskets they gave me a super secret way to recharge one of the spy watches without anyone noticing a thing. Hopefully they don't notice. That would ruin the entire mission.
I gave my life to my master Yeshua, and decided to leave everything else behind. Gave up my life, all my stuff, all my freedom, everything.
We were told we have to give them everything. If we didn't give them everything, then we're going to hell. Good thing right before I joined, I pulled out all the money from my bank account in cold, hard cash that I'm now hiding in a very secret spot. But the reason this cult takes everything from its members is because it needs them to be utterly dependent on them so they can never leave. So here's an example right away of what happened to us.
So I'm a professional slackliner. Basically, I do backflips on tight ropes and stuff. And Danny's a professional surfer. So my guess is the first thing this cult's gonna have us do when we join is they're gonna try to make us give up our sports.
The whole extreme sports mentality of risking your body. It's not a holy angel that would tell someone to risk their life just for some entertainment, and they're in the evil kingdom.
We pretended like we weren't picking up on their hints.
This guy's spitting straight facts right now.
Yeah, we can't discriminate against the surfers.
So they had to try harder.
You're invited to come! What a wonderful day this will be! Well, that sounds like a lot of fun, but I'm on my way to the beach right now. Sorry, I cannot come. See you later.
And then this surfer kid went to hell. But after a performance like this,
What a wonderful day this will be!
even though it is propaganda, I guess we can play along.
I used to be a surfer, and I realized that there's way more important things in life. Because I'm older now, I realized surfing was a selfish sport. It was very selfish. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to sell my surfboards, and it was just kind of like bye-bye surfing, and now I'm going to be here every day, and this is my purpose in life. It was kind of like a goodbye surfing. This is what I want to do in my life.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
That's good. You'll be amazed. You'll be amazed as you hear
Yeah.
stories of what people have given up.
Yeah.
But this restaurant wanted to take even more things away from us.
We give up our families because some of your family might come against
to. But we give that up, being a girlfriend.
This has to be like the 6th time now they've told me I have to give up my girlfriend. But honestly, think about how stupid this is. They're telling me to end my marriage with the love of my life because she hasn't been here for 2 days. But honestly, think about just how stupid this logic is. It's so stupid.
Okay,
so
pause real
these
quick.
guys something sons of my eyes. So I'm actually gonna give these guys.
Okay, so it is so true that sports have gotten so intermingled with things that the Bible would consider unclean or negative. You could absolutely make this case. This cult kind of rules. Like, how are you guys not seeing this right now? Like, I'm joining. I'm on the way, son. Like,
oh no.
I'm selling.
You gotta give
my
up Tammy
surfboards as we speak.
You got to give up Tammy too.
She's got to go. See ya. We're selling the kids.
You're so ice cold.
You gone crazy, bird pike?
I'm a little hesitant. I mean, obviously these people are out in left field, but I'm a little hesitant for people who are outsiders who don't really understand something to call it a cult, because I have personally been involved with very conservative religious organizations that outsiders considered a cult that were very decent, godly organizations. So I'm very hesitant to do that if I don't fully understand something, because I've had other people direct that towards me and people that I know, so I know how that feels. That being said, this does seem pretty far out.
I was in a cult that I didn't think was a cult.
The cult
do-
of cult? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
They do fulfill all the requirements for a cult. These guys do.
Do they wear shorts? They do, then they're a cult. They're false.
I think so.
Right?
Is that the qualifier?
Hold on, what'd you say, Logan?
Yeah, they're not allowed to wear shorts.
Logan loves this fact about me. Look, I don't know why Logan is so obsessed with this. The kind of organization is probably the wrong word, but the group of people that I sort of, when I first got converted, that I associated with are very, very, very old-fashioned, very traditional holiness people. And so as a result, I don't wear shorts, and my kids wear long clothes and stuff like that. And Logan just thinks that is just the craziest thing, and he brings it up all the time.
You wear shorts ever? Like ever?
Yeah.
So when you go to have a swim, do you have like?
Do you have swimming pants?
You take showers in pants?
Oh, do you wear boxer pants?
Yeah. You there, Brother Pike?
He got swallowed by
The person who brought that up before was DB Copper. He said, "Are you one of those Southern guys that don't wear short breeches?"
He lost connection. How convenient.
Mm-hmm.
How convenient.
When the tough questions come, the pants goes.
I'll send you a pair of shorts and you're going to wear them. They're comfy.
Yeah, that was DB Copper's the first one to bring that up. He said, "You're one of those Southern guys that don't wear short breeches." That was funny. He said, "Lady folks." He'll be back.
He won't be able to stay away.
Yeah, this cult's too much.
You got something terrible to complain about. So according to a bunch of articles online, this restaurant is extremely homophobic. This restaurant hates you if you're gay. So I'm just gonna slip into our next conversation that sometimes Lydia will see an attractive girl on the streets. And sometimes she'll think to herself, that's a hot girl.
Besides her thinking that girls are hot every once in a while, it seems like the perfect relationship.
That doesn't make any sense. How could you?
Breaking news. I just told this evil cult that sometimes my fiance will have a gay thought. How will this evil cult react?
And I think
Stay
they're gonna
tuned
act
to find
favorably to this. But
Danny,
this cult is
I'm
just
doing this news
so
to get your own news station, Danny.
Hey, they just put me here. What,
Danny.
why are you even? Why are you talking when I'm in front of a camera right now? We're live.
Hi guys, 12 Tribes is
Lydia,
gonna hate me
what are
so
you-
much.
what are you
'cause
doing
I'm
here?
just
Lydia,
gonna-
go back to Fox 5, Lydia.
Why are you guys even mad? This isn't even real news.
Yeah, I know we're not real newsmen, but like it's
Remember,
just
they
an
put you on a
outro. It's my
desk.
YouTube video.
Whoa, guys, what's going on? Why are you all fighting?
What, you want to have an argue on live TV?
Dad,
Shut
I
up.
can't believe you told them that I'm gay.
This
You know
group
they
is
hate
so
me.
homophobic. They're gonna
And
hate
like
that
I'm
Lydia's
not
gay.
gay.
so bad.
Maybe just a tiny bit.
I need daylight out for you guys.
Bend over, Maybe you I'm fucking like- slut.
What time zone are y'all in?
Come over here. I'll beat your ass. And I don't even know what we're gonna do.
Guys, come back for episode 3. Episode 3 is gonna be crazy. You don't want to miss this because
Christian
I
is
became an
hooked.
employee of the
Like,
most hateful, evil restaurant in the.
What did you say?
I said Christian's hooked. He's not going to be able to get away from this cult now. He's already
Mhm.
joined in his mind.
I think that's why he disappeared.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's going.
ran
He's
for
going
it.
to he ran to the courthouse. He's grabbing those divorce papers. Gonna put the kids up for sale on eBay or whatever. Yeah,
And
he's on his way.
And they're going to won't wear shorts.
Yeah, Claude, that was a lot of language there at the end of the video. You are correct.
A lot of language, yes. Many words.
Let's pray. I'm sorry.
Oh wait.
Well,
Is this yeah, right.
I am gonna get off of here for a little bit. I've been online all day and I need a break.
Okay.
No.
Yes.
Take a little nighty night.
Yes, with my blankie and my baba and my little pillow.
And is Skylar going to tuck you in?
Nah, I think I'll pass on that. No, but for real, I've got to discipline my child when she gets home. She hit somebody at school today. Yeah.
That's not good.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, unless
It was
she had a
unprovoked.
good reason.
No, it
Okay.
was unprovoked from what
Okay.
her
Yeah,
music
that's not
teacher.
good.
Yeah. All right, you guys have a good one. I'll be around. I might, if y'all are still on, I might join later, and I'm gonna do my stream tonight, the late one. So see
When?
you guys around.
When?
I'll let you know.
Okay.
All right. I don't even know what time it is right now. I know she's about to be home though.
Here it's
Three at you.
5:55.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
You do.
We're going to miss you, Mark.
Whoa.
Oh, Outcast. You ever heard of this guy called Jesse Morale?
No, I don't think so.
He's a crazy guy. He never believed in open theism. Not the closed theism, but the open one, where he believes that people have complete free will, I guess. What do you think?
Well, they do believe people have free will.
But he doesn't believe people are chosen to believe or something like that.
Oh yeah, but doesn't most Christian denominations
Yeah, but
believe that?
I'm not sure. I think Calvinists believe that people are chosen to believe.
Yeah. Predestination. But I think Calvinists are I think that's the main thing that sets them apart. I'm not 100% sure. There are so many denominations. But Calvinism is a quite large one, I think.
Oh, are you a Calvinist?
No.
Oh.
No.
Is Claude a Calvinist?
He could be.
What about Big Bad Mama?
Definitely.
What about Wesley? His brother.
No,
North?
he's a Wesleyanist.
Does he have a brother named Northry and a sister named Southly and another sister named
Eastleyan. Eastleigh Curry. Westley Curry. Southleigh Curry. That starts to sound like something from an Indian restaurant.
Serious?
Mm-hmm. For sure.
You ever been? Oh.
Have I ever been what?
You ever been to another country besides the country you are in?
Oh yeah, yeah. Not that, not super many, and almost all of them except from Egypt is in Europe.
You been to
So
Egypt?
yeah, I've been in Egypt once.
Oh.
Like, oh, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, next March, I'm gonna go to the UK.
Yeah, I know. Are you excited?
Yeah, visit my friend who lives there. We helped
Mm-hmm.
save over 6,000 kids from abuse.
Are you going to?
We're gonna go to London where the bridges are falling down.
Right?
And all kinds of places. Yeah, it's crazy. Claudius. Are you a Claudius?
I definitely believe in Claude. I believe he is real. I
Why?
mean, I mean, I don't think he's like a computer program or he could be a ghost, maybe.
Well, have you ever seen, or what does can't seem not to like human is?
I'm not sure. I mean, I hear so in Swedish when you talk about humanist, that could refer to two different, at least two different, maybe more. But like the subjects that I've studied in university, those are called the humanist. They are humanist subjects. So that's like language and art history and history and basically most, not all subjects, but like the two main veins are either the natural sciences or the humanists. But then you also have like the philosophy of the philosophy humanism that has uh, a basic view. How do you say this? It's like the opposite of the opposite of theolo. Oh my goodness, what's happened to my brain?
Oh, are you alright?
Oh yeah, yeah. I have so hard to find words. I've had it a couple of days actually. I don't know what it is.
Oh.
The words won't come. I guess it's just the way the way works, the way the brain works.
Hey, I'm sorry, guys. I dropped out.
That's alright. We forgive you, my son. Well, can we show a different video? Because Mark's not here.
Where'd Mark go?
He's
Oh, he had to beat up his kid. Oh, I mean.
Oh, well, that's important. Yeah, according to what these folks say, that's important. As a matter of fact, I got 3 of my own.
Oh,
Oh,
can I show you? Oh, can I show you a video about this guy called Jesse Morale?
Well, what I can see right now on the screen is definitely something that I want to watch. So
Can I show that?
you may.
Okay. Oh. Oh, wrong. Oh, faithful to Jesus is here.
Hey, Faithful. Your microphone is muted.
Yeah, okay. I couldn't get my avatar the same. It jumps around all the time. Enjoy the coffee, everybody. Uh, is Deviant here still?
Yeah.
I came on because I heard you talking about you were having a little trouble getting your words out, and if you've been on a stream for a long time, I just care about you, and I'm thinking maybe you ought to take a little break for a half hour, 45 minutes, and come back in.
You're
But
probably
then
right.
you know your body better than I do. I don't know, but when I heard that, I thought maybe if you left for a little while later, we could chat. I thought you were on with Mark and Chuck for a long time, and so that's been a long day for you.
Yeah, you're actually right. I think that's a good.
Oh, hope
Thing.
you're all right.
I'll let
Oh
you
yeah.
do know you need to do, but maybe you just need to rest from talking and having all the digital input into your brain and the electronics and everything, and just go get some quiet.
Yeah.
We all care about you, and we don't
Yeah,
want
we care about
to replay.
Yeah. Thank you.
All
It's
right.
it's good. I have I'm not very cognizant of those. I don't think about them until it's basically too late. So I think it's a good. I will do that.
Okay, and a good clue. Logan's pretty perceptive, and if you hear him say, "Are you okay?" then maybe that's time for you to back off a little bit. I let you go. I didn't come in to interrupt anything.
No, I'm very thankful. Thank you.
Go get some
And
rest, honey.
yeah, I will.
Okay.
And I will come on later if you're still on.
Okay.
Is that okay,
Yeah.
Logan?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Thanks
just
a
want to
lot.
make sure she's all right.
Listen,
Yeah.
that's what we all care about. She'll come back on, or she'll text Mark or Kettle or somebody and let us know where she's okay. All right.
Yeah.
Go get some rest, sweetheart, and get some food.
I will. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
I didn't mean to come in and mess the stream, but we all care about her and don't want to replay, I'm sure. What are you guys talking about?
Oh,
I will. Got something that you're going to play?
Yeah, I like to show up. What do you guys think of this? What this guy teaches? He's Jesse Morrell. He's an open theist. He's very open.
I've never heard about him, and I can't really tell who's in the room because my restream's not working right now. Billy's here. Who else?
It's me and Christian. Oh wait, just me, you, and Ghost.
Yeah, Brother
okay.
Pike gonna get dinner.
Oh, okay.
You want
All right.
watch the video with me?
I will, and Billy, that's up to you too. If you want to stay and watch, I just don't want Logan to be by himself right now.
Yeah, that's pretty much why I joined up. I just stopped the truck and I figured, it seems like people are kind of tired today, so I'll join up with Logan.
Oh, thank you.
I know Chuck had quite a long stream before he started his, and he's been going now for about 3 hours. So, yeah, let's watch the video, and then I'm going to take a nap for a little bit, and maybe we all ought to take a break after this for a little bit, unless Billy, you want to stay and talk.
I mean, I know my wife's going to call any minute now. She was with a friend, so when she calls, I hate to tell
You're
you,
gone.
y'all know how I am.
When she's when she calls, you better go quick, and everybody cares about you, and both of you, and we love you. So you take care of home business. How's that, Logan? Is that okay with you after this stream? After
Yeah.
you show this and we talk for a bit, maybe we ought to wrap it up for the day until
Yeah.
maybe later tonight or something. Okay,
Yeah.
that's great. Alrighty.
I
Let's see.
wonder what you guys think of what he teaches. Tell
Okay,
me your opinion.
I'll be glad to listen.
Okay.
And Billy, if you have to go, we understand.
Hello, everybody. Jesse Morrell here with Open Air Outreach. I want to talk to.
Anytime you need to say something like what your opinion, just tell me to pause it. I'll pause it for you.
Okay.
Today about a topic, a doctrine that I'm very passionate about. I've been studying it for many, many years, and it really just paints a beautiful, wonderful picture of God, and really vindicates His character from charges of, imperfections in His character.
What do you say?
He's talking about there are some teachings that say that God's imperfect, and he's going to bring out the fact that He's not. So let's see how he does.
Yeah. And that's the issue of open theism. Now, I'll write this on the board. I'm going to be using my whiteboard.
What the?
15.
What happened?
So here, the Bible is theism is primarily. Hello, everybody. Jesse Morrell here with Open Air Outreach. I want to talk today about a topic, a doctrine that I'm very passionate about. I've been studying it for many, many years, and it really just paints a beautiful, wonderful picture of God, and really vindicates His character from charges of, imperfections in His character, and that's the issue of open theism. Now, I'll write this on the board. I'm going to be using my whiteboard today to, help along with this teaching. Open theism, sort of a strange term if you're not used to it. Open theism relates to the nature of reality and to the nature of the future. This idea of the future possibly being open, or at least partially open. Of course, theism is, belief in God. Comes from the Greek theos, which means God. And theism would be the belief in God. Atheism would be a denial of God. So open theism is the belief that God has not predestined all future events, but that there are future events that are open, that may or may not happen. The element of contingency. And so the issue of open theism relates to the foreknowledge of God, and I'll write this on the board, foreknowledge, or you can also call it the omniscience of God. Omniscience means all knowledge. But it's not primarily about the foreknowledge and omniscience of God. The issue of open theism is primarily about the nature of reality.
Stop.
Because God's knowledge of...
Okay. First of all, omniscience is not knowledge, it's all-knowing. He knows everything. And if he's talking about reality, let's see if he's talking about our physical reality or the spiritual reality, okay?
Okay.
The future corresponds perfectly with the nature of the future. God's knowledge of reality corresponds perfectly to the nature of reality. So the debate of open theism, while it relates to the knowledge of God, while it has definite implications to the knowledge of God, it's primarily a debate over the nature of reality. Has God predestined all future events, all sin, all misery, all torment and agony, all future choices of men? Has God predestined everything that happens in our world, or are some things open? Because the nature of reality affects these things. Now, in the Calvinist,
I don't know exactly what he means by open. I will tell you my understanding of biblical teaching on this, Logan, and I've been around for about 50 years, and this open theism and all these different titles are something that everybody's classifying to define how they personally believe and think. I can tell you what Bible scholars that I've been taught by, uh, and pastors and real good, strong men that I have confidence in. Okay, uh, God is all knowing. He knows the end from the beginning. He knew the end from the beginning before he said, "Let there be." Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so when people are getting into this predestination and saying everything people are predestined, in other words, God has already preordained that people are going to be evil and people are going to be good and so forth. um no, not no, that is not the way it is. Now there is an exception. I'm not even going to say it's an exception. um There is one person, they were twins, and God loved one and hated the other one. And Mark Stoney could better tell you who that is, because I can talk to you in some generalities from what I understand. Mark can give you a few specifics on that. So if you can ask Jacob and Esau, I think it might have been Jacob and Esau. And it's because he knew their moral character and what they were going to decide to do. When God created people, and I'm going to say man, meaning people, he created them with the ability, we call it will, because that's translated as will in the Bible, not my will, but thy will be done. But what that means is I'm going to choose not to do things my way, but his way. And I know you understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So taking this down to something that's really simple, God gave people, when he created Adam, he gave them the right to choose to listen to him and do what he said, or to not do what he said. And in the Garden of Eden, Adam chose to not do what God said. You understand that, don't you? All right. So he had choice. And right now we have choice. You can choose what shirt you're going to put on, right?
Yeah.
You can choose what video shows you're going to watch, and you can choose what little characters you're going to make out with people's faces on them, or if you're not going to use faces, you can choose that. And you have the right of choice. You have the right to choose whether you're going to be a good person or a bad person. Am I right?
Right.
And you've chosen to be a good person, right?
Right.
And you've chosen to follow Jesus and not to follow people that are teaching evil and wrong things. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so anytime Logan decides he doesn't want to live the way he's living now, you have a right to choose and start calling people bad names and everything else, right?
Right.
All right. So I'm not going to say you have to choose one or the other, but you have the right to choose. And everybody, including Logan, has got that right to choose. Billy, would you agree with that if you're still here?
Oh, he's not here. I
Okay.
think his wife called him.
All right. Who else is here? Somebody else's
Big
icons
Bad
up.
Mama.
Big Bad Mama. Well, then Big Bad Mama, I believe, would agree with this. And so this is what he's talking about. And there is this teaching I think that he's getting into, and I don't know the definition of open theism because I've not stayed up with all of these titles and everything else. I can only tell you what the Bible says. So if somebody, because Adam chose to do the wrong thing by disobeying God and eating of that fruit, and then he lied, he tried to say, that woman that you gave me, and he didn't take personal responsibility, did he? When God said, did you eat that? He didn't just say, yes, I did, I'm sorry. And I wish that he had, because when he did that, his nature changed and he took on the nature of the dark one, the one that was cast out of heaven, the bad guy. I I I simplify things real simple to the bad guy and the good guy, right? Jesus is the good guy, the devil's the bad guy. And so making things really simple. When Adam did that, he took on the nature of the one that he chose to listen to, which is the bad guy. You get that, don't you?
Yeah.
All right. And so when he did that, all of his descendants, everybody, Cain, Abel, everybody, Cain and Abel were their two children. They were both most probably taught the exact same thing. We did wrong. We've got to do this, this, and this, because this is what God told us. We have to make a sacrifice, and this is the kind that we have to make. Abel chose to make the right offering, and Cain decided he was going to give him what he had produced, not what God had said. He produced from the fruit of the land, and so he decided he was going to bring him the fruits and the vegetables because that's what he did. So he wanted to make an offering according to his belief and not what God wanted. So he made a choice to do the right or the wrong thing. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
All right. So if we just simply go back to Cain and Abel had the right to choose. And then we can go all the way up to the days of Jesus. Jesus came to show us all of the man was talking about the nature of God. Explain to me what you know about Jesus as far as what he was like, and how do you think he acted with people and stuff, just from what you know?
With love and stuff. But Big Bad Mama, I just want to say hi.
Oh, hi, Big Bad Mama.
Are you there?
Hi, everybody. Good to see you guys.
It's good to see you.
I'm wondering what you think of this guy Jesse Morrell. He's a real crazy character type guy.
I didn't hear the video,
He likes
Logan.
her.
Well,
He's
BBM. We started. I don't mean to interrupt you, sweetheart. We started listening to it, and he got into some what I consider to be a lot of double talk teaching and stuff, and names and everything else. And I thought maybe we could just go back to the basics of what he was talking about, because he was getting into the fact that God chose, or somebody is teaching that God decided who was going to do right and who was going to do wrong. And
Okay.
I was explaining to Logan that God didn't decide that. God gave man the right to decide whether to do the right thing or the wrong thing.
Keep talking. I don't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation.
Okay, because it's not a theological. It is, but it's not. Go ahead, Logan.
That guy Jesse Morrell. He's a crazy character. Well, he goes on what's it called? College's campus, and when he starts preaching, he drives everyone crazy.
Well, that's probably because he's teaching something that's weird, and that's why I asked you to stop so that I could explain to you what I understand. Not his. I think he uses a lot of double talk. Now that's my thought.
He thinks he's perfect, and he doesn't sin. Yeah.
You're up, BBM.
What do you think of that, Big Bad Mama?
Oh, I didn't listen to the very last part. I thought you guys were talking to each other, so I
Okay.
got
No,
out.
he was
Sorry.
he was telling you that this fella that's on the video thinks he's perfect and doesn't sin.
Oh, okay.
What do
I'd
you
have
think?
to watch the video. Maybe I'll check it out.
Yeah, he's a crazy guy. He goes on campus when he says to the young girls, it's mean. He said, "You ever feel like
Wow.
you're the W word?"
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, he
if
doesn't
he
sound like a real Christian to me if he's
that's
saying
what I
stuff
was
like
going
that.
that's what I was going to say. Thank you, BBM. He is not if he Logan, if he's doing something like that, yes, in my viewpoint, he is a crazy guy. And remember what I told you about BK way back in the beginning, there's better people for you to listen to.
Yeah.
He's doing it for shock value in order to get views, more than likely, and he probably is getting a lot of views for that, you know, kind of hate.
Yeah, he's really crazy guy. He's
I
almost
mean,
as
if he's
crazy.
saying that just about strangers that he doesn't even know anything about them, and he's making a judgment like that about girls,
Yeah.
he's probably a misogynist and just not a good person in general. So I would take anything the guy said. If that's the way he really is, I would take anything he said with a grain of salt.
Yeah, he's messed up in the head, and he's some ways just thinks he doesn't sin anymore, and he's perfect. That's
Logan,
crazy.
I'm glad to hear that you can decide whether somebody's crazy in the head or not, or making sense. You know, you have a lot more ability to sort people out and whether they're good people and bad people than a lot might think you do. You've
He
got,
does,
he,
definitely.
he does. Logan's got a very mature mind and he has the ability to go watch crazy people like this just for fun, just to watch them and say he's crazy, and he's got the ability to sort that out. I think that's something that maybe I didn't really grasp because I'm not in on a lot of these things, but it just now occurred to me, Logan. You have
You're
got
right,
more.
Rachel.
He's got more ability to sort things out and see right from wrong than a lot of us, even me up until this moment, thought that he did. So, Logan, I pat you on the back. I love you. You are more mature than a lot of the people that I've come in contact with lately.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, he's got a good sense of right and wrong. So, I mean, a lot of people don't have that same sense, but Logan definitely has it.
It's definitely a gift. Uh, BBM, you weren't on here. Deviant was getting a little bit. When I came on because she was having trouble getting her thoughts together. So I suggested she take some time away because she was on a long stream with Chuck this morning. And this
Right.
was has been going for 3 hours. So that's what she's doing right now. And
Okay.
she said that she would check with Mark or somebody later and let everybody know how she's doing.
Good.
I'm just passing that along to you because you have connections
Thank
I
you.
don't. Okay.
Oh, thank you. And should I shut it all down now?
Well, that's up to you. I do like truck driving Billy was on here and he said when his wife came on he was going to have to leave and Deviant had to leave and this has been going now for a little 3.5 hours. I don't care how long it goes, but if you want to stay and talk with him for a while, I do have a few things I have to do today and I just came on long enough to say hi and check with Deviant.
Ghost, I'll just talk with you for a little bit if you want.
Okay.
Okay, listen, that's great. And Logan, I'm glad I did come on because I see a side to you that I didn't know before. And so I think you're well capable of knowing where you're going and what you're doing and what you're watching and what you're not and who's influencing you, whether it's good and bad. Although
Okay.
we are all still watching out for your back. You're over 21. You got more sense than a lot of people think you have. I'm
Oh,
proud of
thank
you.
you. Oh, thank you.
BBM, I love you. I'll talk to both of you maybe tomorrow, okay?
Bye, faithful. Have a
Okay.
great evening.
And thank you for joining. Bye
Good to
bye.
talk to you.
Good to talk to you always.
Always a pleasure.
I respect you. Bye bye.
I respect you too.
How are you?
Logan.
Yeah.
I'm good. I was watching, this is a total change of subject. I was watching a documentary on the making of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You should try to check it out sometime.
Yeah. I heard Ruja they want to make it a PG movie.
Yeah, they did want to make it a PG movie. It was banned when it came out, it was banned by the British cinema for like 20 to 30 years. They wouldn't show it in a theater. And they couldn't point to one scene in it that broke their standards, but it was just the overall vibe of the movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no blood. There's no real blood in that movie. It's just got this quality to it that's real paranoid, fright, fear. Hi, Claude. Good
Hi,
to see you.
Claude.
Hello.
Check out that documentary, though, Logan, if you get a chance.
Yeah. How are you, Claude? Thank you, Big Memo.
Sure.
I'm good. I was just seeing I did the comment that other guy is not so much a misogynist as a misogynist. If he's got these young girls hanging around, that's probably what he's up to. You never know.
That's Hovind, isn't it?
Oh.
He's a misogynist.
Birds of a feather flock together.
Right.
I think Jesse Morrell likes Ken, and I think he does, and Ken Ham. Yeah.
Morrell likes Ken Ham and Hovind?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, that's another strike against him.
Yeah, he's a crazy guy. He's really out of his mind. Him and his wife and kids are nice, but he's teaching his kids to be preachers too. Yeah, I see his little son acting like a preacher, I guess. We think of that.
Interesting. Oh, that's horrible. I mean, that's a form of abuse to force a child to do that.
There's an example on YouTube of some guy, maybe 20 or so years ago, 30 years ago.
On the talk show?
Yeah, and he just stands there yelling, and
right.
all these
Duffy is his name.
Christian people like him, and everybody else thinks, what a dork.
Well, then they questioned him. I think it was on Oprah, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the one you're talking about, Claude, where he was on the talk show and the father got him going? And he basically said some scripture and just yelled it out. And then they asked him what he meant. And he goes, well, it's what it says. But you could tell he didn't understand a word of what he was saying. It was horrible. His name was Duffy, and he actually turned into a pretty good person. He's all grown up now, but he knows what was going on,
It's terrible.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Oh, what do you think? Yeah, that guy Jesse. He know what he said to these girls he didn't even know on campus. He's a crazy guy.
Oh, yeah, he's horrible. Oh, I have to go for a while. I'll try and come back in a minute. Bye.
Okay.
Okay, Clive.
But yeah, he's a that guy. Always like to start fights and stuff. It seems like. I seen street preachers worse than him. Preachers like this one preacher gang, I guess, with this guy I forgot his name, Rupert Ezra.
He's the street preacher?
Yeah,
what did he say?
He go down there, hears these gays, he talked down like a soldier like to him for being gay, I guess.
Oh God. Like, people don't have enough to worry about in their lives that they have to have these judgmental idiots come over and you know, hate on them when they don't even know them as people.
Yeah.
Um, it's just not. Yeah, it's just not good.
Him and his buddy, his preacher gang, I guess, goes out there and we go
Oh, he's got a
crazy.
gang.
You could more like a church, but they act more like a gang. Seems like.
They kind of travel around together and
preach. Yeah, it was crazy.
And are they on YouTube?
Yeah, but Rupert as well, he's not around anymore.
He's just not on the
No, he passed away.
Oh, he passed away.
But I think this one guy still go out there, be crazy like, I guess.
Have you ever seen the Phelps Church that was in, I think, out of Kansas?
West Baptist Church?
Fred, yeah, I think it was a Baptist church. I think the guy's name he's passed away now, but his name was Fred Phelps.
Yeah, Western Baptist Church, I think.
Westboro Baptist Church, exactly.
Yeah.
He was pretty bad. He was really bad.
Yeah, he passed away.
Right.
Yeah, but
some of his children have kind of turned around and become good people, and then I think others have kind of just carried on where he left off. He had a bunch of kids, I think.
That guy Rupert Israel actually did get along with Pastor Anderson.
Oh, he didn't?
Yeah, because they preach at a gay event. And he doesn't want to be anywhere near gays, I guess. So it was
Pastor,
crazy.
the other guy or Anderson?
Pastor Anderson. He's the
Anderson
one.
didn't want to be anywhere near there.
Yeah, I guess he puts down street preachers, and that made them mad, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think of that? Is that crazy?
Well, it's just like one bad person saying something about another bad person. I mean, Anderson is a horrible person.
Yeah,
I just can't. It was interesting when he went after Ken Hovind about his wives and his marriages.
Yeah. Yeah, and he.
What do
Yeah,
you think about Steven Anderson?
he's crazy and messed up in the head.
Yeah.
He told people to kill themselves.
Right. It's horrible.
I seen a documentary about him. This one guy who goes to his church disowned his brother for being gay.
Oh, that's not good. He went to Anderson's church.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could imagine that. Yeah, if you're gay in that church, you either have to stay in the closet or you have to tell them that you've converted.
Oh, he's not
when
gay,
you
but
haven't, probably, what's that?
the guy isn't gay, but his brother is. But because he goes to Pastor Anderson church, they I guess cause him to decide to
Turn on his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrible. So Anderson basically, well, the guy let him, but Anderson was instrumental in tearing a family apart in that case.
Yeah.
It's his brother, and who knows how they got along, if they were close or what have you, but still, if he followed Anderson and turned on his brother just because Pastor Anderson told him to, that's like a cult, in some ways.
Yeah, that was his family. He said his family said he's in a cult.
Right. Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Where is Pastor Anderson's out of where? Do you know? I was going to say Tennessee, but I'm not sure.
No, I don't think it's Tennessee.
No.
I'm not sure. But
I know Matt Powell followed him. So
Yeah.
maybe it's up there more where Matt Powell's in where you are, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. What if I met Matt Powell? Would that be weird?
He lives out in the country, I think.
Yeah, Pastor Anderson. Yeah, I heard his son got in a big thing, I guess,
Oh, right.
and
He
he's
got
off.
into trouble, right?
Yeah, and
Did
he's
he?
off of YouTube.
Oh, so he got in trouble on YouTube. It wasn't legal trouble?
No, actually, yeah, I think it might be legal. Not on YouTube, but at the church where they're talking about his sons were talking about underage girls.
Oh, God. That was Anderson's son?
Yeah, and ever since he left YouTube, I guess.
Interesting.
But funny thing is,
I'll have to look into that.
funny thing about it is that that guy. You ever heard of Brian Dinglinger?
That name rings a bell.
He's a crazy guy, but he thing I like about he stand up for Jewish people against Pastor Anderson.
What did he do?
Brian Dinglinger, he stand up for Jewish people against.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he's nowhere
Well,
as
yeah.
he's
No, go
nowhere as
ahead.
extreme as Pastor Anderson is.
That's good. I have nothing against um, Christians in general. I mean, people can believe whatever they want, but when it's harming other people, it all of a sudden becomes everybody's problem at that point.
Yeah,
And you have to stand up for people. They don't have to be your relatives or your friends or your family. They're just people. And if they're being unfairly treated based on, their sexuality or their race or what have you, then they're worthy of being criticized for it.
yeah. But Brian guy, he's a bit crazy too. He says all kinds of crazy stuff. Uh, he Father Charles knows a lot about him. He all kinds of stuff. He tacked a hit on the Amish for some reason, and some reason thinks anyone he doesn't like are part of the Catholic Church. He thinks
Oh,
Pastor Anderson's really a Catholic.
he said, what did he say?
Yeah, Brian Dinglinger said that.
Said Pastor Anderson is a Catholic?
Yeah.
Oh, not even close.
Yeah, Pastor Anderson seemed to hate on everyone, Catholic, Orthodox, and Protestants.
Yeah, I mean, so does, sorry, Missing Mod, you stand up for Kent, according to your message, but Kent Hovind hates on everybody too in his way. I mean, he has videos against, he shows the most extreme bad examples of certain religions, Islam, and I think even like other Catholicism and etc. But he doesn't really scrutinize the things that are going on in his own religion that are bad. I mean, he's a little less poisonous than Steven Anderson, but not too much.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you do? Would you ever like to debate Kent over evolution? Well, discussion.
Probably not. No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Would you? You could train your young Jedi Claude Balls to take.
I would be glad to do that.
Yeah, teach them the ways of the evolution. Use the evolution, my son.
I just can't. I'm a scientist, and Kent isn't, and Kent's not talking about science. So I wouldn't want to have a discussion with him because I consider what he's talking about to be mythology, and I don't think mythology and science mix. And so I'll ask him questions because it's interesting to hear him answer them, but I don't think it's worthy of me debating him because I don't want to put him on the same pedestal as a scientist because he's not even close to being a scientist.
Yeah.
But I don't care if other people debate him. It's up to them, I'll watch the debates. If Claude debated him. Oh, here we go.
What?
Uh-oh, missing mods. She's getting upset.
Oh, sorry.
And you know what happens when she gets upset? She'll lock you in the dungeon.
Uh-oh, she's going to come in and beat you up.
Oh no, she backstage.
No. But she could come in if you want. What if
She could
comes
come in any time, and we could sort out this flat Earth stuff.
Yeah. Or
She'd probably beat me in a debate.
Well,
I'd probably end up being convinced that the Earth is flat.
Oh. Wow. What if? Well, that would you like to debate tomorrow then?
No, I don't think so. But I do want to see if Wesley wants to come on again on Wednesday.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Did you see us talking about that?
Yeah. I love to see you talk to Wesley.
I mean, I just want to. I know, Missy Mod. Thank you. Thank you for messing with me, by the way. I like that. I just want to talk about his history a little bit. I don't mind if he goes into the other stuff. I don't want to wind him up, and it's up to you, Logan. If you think that that's not a good thing to do, then just it doesn't have to happen. But I was just interested in his music and kind of where he's coming from, as opposed to all the apocalyptic stuff. But I know he always goes in that direction to where he talks about it. But so why don't you just think about it, and then tomorrow we can talk again about it. Okay?
You can do that if you want.
Okay.
It's up to you. Yeah,
I just really want to get him on a positive discussion, as opposed to, for one thing, I'm not going to have anything to say about his vision, and I'm not going to try to negate it with any Bible verses or anything like that. But I just don't want it to dominate the conversation, because I don't know. We've heard it already, for one thing.
Yeah.
But I do want to talk to him about music and kind of his history when he was, with the Second City Troop and that kind of thing. Uh-oh.
What happened?
She wants to debate me. What are we debating? Flat Earth or Ron Wyatt? Missing mod. Your choice. There's Christian is in the chat. So Logan, we'll talk tomorrow about because I did give Wesley a time, and he seemed to be interested in it.
That'd be good.
But if we just kept it to, like a manageable time, maybe we could just get something positive from him. Because I do like Wesley, and I do think he's very talented. I mean, we saw him play the piano, right? I mean, the guy is very musical. He's an artist.
Wow. Yeah.
I just don't like to see him go down, a path that makes him depressed or anything like that.
Yeah. You're a good guy, Big Bad Mama.
Thank you. I try to be.
Yeah. You said Wednesday's gonna be?
Yeah, Wednesday at maybe, can you do 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time?
Yeah.
Okay. And we'll see if he comes on. I mean, maybe tomorrow we can. I think Father Charles has his info, actually. So maybe we can contact Charles and just tell Wesley that we're going to have a show at that time.
Yeah, that'd be good.
But we'll talk about it more tomorrow.
Yeah. love to see that. I like Wesley. Like having him on.
Yeah, yeah. I don't mind him. I think as I said, it's his vision. I mean, who am I to say what he has his vision? I mean, the other people that are on here that are Christians have their vision, and they don't always agree with each other. Now, I have to admit, Wesley's is a lot different than most other Christians' visions. But, I don't know if it's any less worthy to be heard than anybody else's vision.
Yeah. Do you think Miss Ahmad has a vision?
I think she does.
Well, no. Steven said he had a vision before that got him not to play like football so much.
He got him what?
He said it was changed his mind about being on football, watching so much football.
Oh, watching football. Okay, I thought he was playing football.
No, watching it. He loves
Oh,
watching football, guys.
okay. I didn't know that about him.
Did you like watch football?
Not really. I played baseball for years. I was a good baseball player. But then I quit when I was about 16 and I took up the guitar instead and I just put sports behind me. I mean, I would watch, maybe, and this was a long time ago, I would watch maybe the basketball finals, when Michael Jordan was playing. And once in a while I'd watch the World Series, but I haven't watched a sports event in probably 20 years.
Do you ever watch wrestling?
Yeah. My brother and I grew up on, I don't know if it was the WWF back then, but it was like during the era of, have you ever heard of Superstar Billy Graham?
Yeah.
So it was during that era, right before Hulk Hogan became popular. But my brother was older and he used to put wrestling moves on me. So I was a lot smaller than he was. And so he would do he'd like get me in grab my legs, put my back over his back, and then he'd spin me around and just dump me on the ground. So yeah, I liked wrestling. And then I watched a little bit when it was like Macho Man and the $1 Million Man and the Ultimate Warrior. That was a pretty good era, I think.
Oh, did
Do you remember the Ultimate Warrior?
Yeah. No, he passed away.
A lot of those guys passed away at really young ages because they were doing steroids or drugs. A lot of those guys, like Rick Rude and Coco Beware. Do you remember that guy?
Yeah.
He had a parrot.
And there's one guy,
Mr. Perfect.
yeah, him, and here's the other guy I didn't know passed away, but I found out he did. I forgot his name.
Was he old school?
Yeah, very old school. He was. I forgot his name. Not Baz New Brown, but the other guy. I seen him.
Oh, Bad News. The Junkyard Dog?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Okay. I like the Junkyard Dog.
Yeah, he passed away.
Yeah. It's sad. I mean, a lot of those guys have passed away.
Terry
I
Funk?
watched some of those on YouTube. They have a series of like interviews with who was the guy with the blonde hair? Greg Valentine?
Him?
Do you remember him?
Yeah.
They're really good because he talks about all the old school wrestlers when they were going on the road and just all the trouble they were getting into. And Bret Hart does good interviews too.
What could I say? Yeah, a lot. But Terry Funk, he passed away a lot more older than the other wrestlers.
Yeah, I mean he just passed away maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
He was in. They should have let him in more movies because he was really good in Roadhouse.
Yeah. He was in WWF, WCW, ECW, NWA, maybe AWA.
He was around for a long time.
Yeah. He wrestled a lot with Mick Foley.
Right. Mankind.
Yeah. And Barbed Wire.
Oh, okay.
And
They did a documentary about, I think it was called Under the Mat or Beyond the Mat.
Yeah.
And it was about Jake the Snake, Mick Foley, and a couple other guys. And McMahon was in it. Vince McMahon was in it. It was a pretty good documentary, actually.
You know that guy in it called Draws? He got injured and he was in a wheelchair for the rest of his life until he passed away.
Oh, God, that's horrible.
Not too long ago.
Yeah. Oh, really? What was his name?
Draws. There's another name from nickname he had. It's called Puke because he get the he could control puking, I guess. He was
right. They called him Puke.
Yeah, he was in that documentary.
Right. That was his claim to fame. And so he went in there and tried out in front of Vince McMahon and he puked right there on the spot.
Yeah. They say Vince McMahon is a crazy guy.
Boy, he's loaded with money, though. I mean, Does he still own the organization, or?
No. I found out he sold it.
Oh, okay, good for. I mean, he's getting up there. I mean, he was good because he became a wrestler. I don't know how fair he was to wrestlers, but he became a wrestler himself and a character himself, which was interesting.
Yeah, and what do you think of this one wrestler, 96 Gold Dust?
Oh, Goldust. Gosh, what does he look like?
He's in gold, and people thought he was dressed in gold and stuff, and they.
I think I saw him before on like a Super Slam event or something.
Yeah.
Claude's that.
He's a son of Dusty Rhodes.
Oh, okay.
The son of Claude.
Hi, Claude.
Ah.
We're talking about big time wrestling.
Claude, would you still like to debate Kent and model debating?
I'm going to talk to Big Bad Mama about that later, and just see if the topic is going to be all right or not.
Yeah, he could teach you the ways of the evolution. You take out the desert.
I just don't think Claude needs to know too much about it in order to pin Kent down. You just need to know about one topic. And I think I've got a good one. But we'll talk about it, Claude, after your show tonight.
Yeah, unless you want to do it after this.
Sure. If Logan, if you wanna end the stream at some point, we can talk about it.
Yeah. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.